Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We will now call this February 4th, 2026 meeting of the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners to order. The first item on our agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
To the flag. Nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here we go. All right. So we start these meetings with citizen input. Today we have a couple of public hearings. I'm guessing that most of you are not here to comment on these annexations to the Redmond Fire District. If you are, then if I accidentally call you, then during the general public comment, then you can say I'm going to wait until the public hearing on the annexation. But otherwise, this is the time when we make time available for members of the public to provide comment on items either on the agenda or not on the agenda that aren't public hearings or quasi-judicial land use items. So anyone who wants to provide comment should have filled out one of these blue forms and handed it in to Brenda. If you want to comment and you haven't done that yet, go ahead and grab one right now. It looks like we have something in the range of 30, 25 or 30 of these forms. So typically we'll give 3 minutes for public comment to people. Given the number of blue forms that we have, today I'm going to cap it at 2 minutes. And we will try to be very disciplined about sticking to 2 minutes. You will see when you come to talk a little clock, basically timer clock in the corner of the screen up there. If you can please keep an eye on that clock and police yourself, that would save me the problem of having to cut people off. But that's generally the way it works here. And one other thing I would say about public comment is oftentimes when we have a room full like this, there are a lot of strong feelings. And people want to make specific points, have specific concerns. I would just ask that everyone in the room is respectful of your fellow citizens. The people up here on the dais, we ran to serve in these offices. We're used to people saying pointed and sometimes harsh things to us. So that's okay within reason to make your point. We are the ones who will be making decisions on various things today, but please be respectful to the other people in the room. Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of order. As I say, procedurally, I don't support having a public hearing on an item that's on the agenda. The citizens have had 10 public meetings by an advisory committee. We've had public hearings on this matter, referring to their district map next steps. I was ready to make a decision previous meeting. We decided to put it off to today. As I say, this is a procedure of the Board of Commissioners. Now the three of us, you're chairing the meeting, but I don't support opening up this topic for a public hearing at this matter.
Yeah, it has been a general point of disagreement on this board, whether people should be allowed to talk about something that's on our agenda or not during any given meeting. Prior chairs have used their discretion to say that they did not want to allow people to talk about things that are on the agenda that day. I think that if people are showing up because they're interested in an item that's on the agenda that day, they should have a chance to share their thoughts and perspectives with their commissioners. This is not a public hearing. This is public comment. And if you look at just about any other public body, you know, city councils, the Oregon Transportation Commission that I sit on, people are allowed to speak to what is on the agenda that day for that governing body during public comment. And so I am exercising my chair discretion to allow that. That is the rule now, as is stated on the agenda that is published every week.
So, yeah,
This is not a public hearing. This is public comment period.
we're doing the work of the people. As I say, there's been many opportunities to speak on this subject. And I want to thank everybody for coming and joining us today. But as I say, at this point in time, it's a philosophy about how to run a board meeting. And we've seen this before. There's been must be email lists going out, and 10 people come in and say you can't do this, you can't do this. But the big picture is that we're doing the will of the people here. And I've already publicly stated I support this MAP-C. So now we're going to be in a spot where I'm going to be receiving passionate testimony, maybe on two different sides. But I just don't support this as a another opportunity to speak on the same subject.
Well, in my opinion, we are elected by the people to represent the people, and it is our job to listen to the people when they want to speak to us. So, when all of the years that you and Commissioner Adair were chair, where you blocked me from my rightful rotation as chair, you got to set the rules. And now, this year, while I'm serving as chair, the people are going to get to speak.
As I say, I mean, there's been plenty of opportunities to speak on this subject. So we're going to, rehash on the same topic here. So, I mean, is there official motion I can make and see if there's support for not allowing testimony in this matter very specifically?
No.
As a compromise.
I'm going to ask legal counsel about whether it is chair's discretion to manage public comment the way that I see fit.
It is chair's discretion. However, the commissioners, if there's a majority of the commission, pursuant to a formal motion to limit testimony regarding the matter.
Nope.
Okay. Normally, it's chair's discretion. However, if a majority of the commissioners choose to limit public comment relating to a matter, that is within the board's decision-making authority.
Okay. Well, okay, that's the legal ruling. If you want to make such a motion and pass that over my opposition, you are welcome to try to do that.
Could I make a comment, please?
Yeah.
I would, because we have heard from people, some people did testify for a couple minutes on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, and then the other 10, 12 meetings that we've had. If we could do it in 90 seconds, a minute and a half instead of 2 minutes. I think most people can get their comments out. If we have 30 people speaking, I think that would be appropriate. If they can't say what they need to say in 90 seconds, and of course, we know they'll go over a bit.
Okay, well, there you go.
I can abide by that. I guess what I would add to that is we have heard probably most of the points that people want to make on this issue before. So if you can give us the top line and not unpack it, that would be great. You don't need to. We have heard very in-depth arguments on this topic, so you don't need to fully explain your perspective. Just remind us what it is. You can give us kind of the general concept, and then move on to other things that you want to say. That would be appreciated. How's that?
That sounds fine.
Great. Okay.
I think it's important we see everyone, this is a Wednesday morning. A lot of people are working. They've taken time off of work to come. And I do appreciate that it's a very passionate comment. The maps are, so I believe, 90 seconds. A lot of people we heard from already a couple times, 2 weeks ago. So I think it's great. And thank you for making your remarks concise.
Eric, have you got that clock set for 90 seconds? Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay. Starting from the top with these blue sheets, David Baker Ewell. Actually, I'll call 3 people up at a time. You can just kind of come sit at one of these desks and queue yourself up, and I'll be calling in the order of these blue sheets. So David Baker Ewell, Connie Norman, and Amy Sabatini.
Testing. Can you hear me? Yep. Yeah. Well, this is perfect because last time I had a written thing that was exactly 2 minutes long, and I just planned on winging it today and giving you my nutshell anyways. My nutshell is I really don't think this is going to pass if you bring it to the voters. And oh, by the way, I don't know. My name is David Baker Ewell. I don't think it's going to pass, and I think it's a waste of time. So that's really, I think, the core of my belief here is that we can save time and effort. And I think there's a lot of people that are in favor of districting. I mean, not everybody, obviously, but I know Phil has expressed interest in that in the past. And people that think it could be done, and if it gets looked at really thoughtfully from a lot of different angles, rather than just this one kind of narrow vision. So that's my comment.
Thank you, David. Connie.
My name is Connie Norman. I'm a business owner, real estate and property management owner. Been a resident of Oregon since 1961, of Central Oregon since 2005. I love Oregon, but I've watched a decline of proper representation occurring in all of Oregon, and more specifically, Deschutes County. In further study and understanding of this map C, I believe that it will create a much more complete and thorough representation of all the varieties of people and interests in this county. And with further study and analyzation of how this map was divided, there is an undeniable proof that there was no rigging or gerrymandering or whatever nonsensical titles we've been hearing thrown out. It's actually quite biased towards the non-affiliated voters, and doesn't that get us closer to the nonpartisan status that we're desiring? My question is this: what are you afraid of in putting this on the ballot and letting all the voters in this county choose what they would like, rather than just the people in this room or that have some time to make comments? That resistance is what makes me feel very suspicious that there's maybe some personal agendas regarding who would control the entire county. It isn't just Bend or Sisters or whatever city. Frankly, I'm growing more and more in favor of the district representation from each district. I don't believe all 5 of the commissioners could possibly cover the entire county. It's really it's a proven business, best business practice that you give an employee or a commissioner specific job description, particularly, and I think they will do a much better job, and your customers will be happier overall. And
Okay, thank you, Connie. No, that's 90 seconds, please.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you. Amy Sabatini.
My name's Amy Sabatini. I've lived in Bend since 2005, and I taught for a long time government and U.S. history. And one of my former students reached out recently. He saw that this issue was happening in his hometown, and he offered his help. So if you are interested in districting, we have a Bend-grown, Deschutes County-grown person with a PhD in government data analysis who does mapping, and he is now getting his JD. So he went to Stanford, then Harvard, just graduated from Yale. And we could tap into his help. Bruce Kellogg has the mapping software, and we can do this if so many people think districting is the way to go. However, the current process that we are looking at right now was not done in a way that build public trust. And to the point that Connie just made, I want to say that a lot of what the county deals with is actually not site-specific districting kind of things. It's a lot of public health, which affects everyone in the county. So I actually think there are reasons to keep people at large, and I would advocate that we have a mix. If you are going to have districting, that we have a mix of some people serving at large to oversee that coordination between the regions of the county. But MAP C should not go forward.
Thank you, Amy. Okay. The next three are Mark Kelly, Lou Capozzi, and Paul Lipscomb. Mark.
Good morning. I'm Mark Kelly. I live near Sisters. I'll be very brief. Just to warn you, I only have 2 speeds and the other one's even slower. So I'm going to try to cover as much as I can. Okay, just to recap quickly, there is no question, and no question has legitimately been raised. This map is gerrymandered. It is set up so that the party that has the 3rd highest number of registered voters, which lost the last general election by 10%, which many would call a landslide, somehow ends up being in control of this board when it goes to 5 members for years to come. Importantly, DMAC had that information documented and in front of them when they voted to recommend this map to you. You now have that information and a lot of testimony on that in front of you before you act on map C. I did see this morning that a former member of the DMAC got an editorial in the bulletin supporting and excusing his vote, but nowhere in that discussion does he talk about basing map C on population. That's a legal requirement and it's not addressed. Instead, what he talks about is interests and lived experience. And to me, that's a code word for we've been here longer, so we have more rights than people who haven't. I will say as a 4th generation Oregonian, I call that nonsense. So let's drop map C at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Lou.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Lou Capozzi. I live in Bend. At the last meeting, Commissioner Adair said that she wanted to dig into the numbers, and I respect her appetite for the numbers. I agree with it. And I do agree that it was a good idea to dig into the data to see if the assertions of gerrymandering were correct. And I listened to her interview on KPOV, so I know that she reached the conclusion that the map is not gerrymandered. The problem with her analysis, though, is that she looked at the wrong data. We all know non-affiliated voters are the largest voting group in the county. So, of course, if you looked only at voter registration data, they would dominate almost any district you could design. But those voters have party leanings, and those leanings are borne out in their voting record, not in their registration. If you looked at the election results instead of voter registration, you would see clearly that this map is tilted toward electing 3 Republican representatives and 2 Democrats. That's all I have to say. I urge you to abandon the effort and leave the question to the new 5-person commission. That's especially true for you, Commissioner Adair, because you're not going to be here. And so this is an important question, and I think it's wrong for you to make such an important decision when you're a lame duck.
Thank you, Lou.
I am a duck. I will agree with you. Go Ducks. Let's hope.
Me too.
Thank you for that, Lou.
Paul.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to make this real short. The plain and simple response to this effort is that it's unconstitutional. The United States Supreme Court in Evanwell versus Abbott, the U.S. Supreme Court held that when drawing state and local legislative jurisdictions must draw the districts with population as close to perfect equality as possible. The Supreme Court has never approved voter-only apportionment, which is what the majority of this board wants to attempt to do at this point. Recently, in Oregon, the Oregon Secretary of State issued Redistricting Directive 2021-1, which provides that, quote, each district or precinct, as nearly as practical, shall, for districts, be of equal population, not registered voting. In closing, if any commissioner has any remaining doubts about the law, please contact Tobias Reed, Oregon Secretary of State, for his advice on best policies and practices in instigating voting districts for county elections. Recently, the Office of the Secretary of State issued Redistricting Directive 2021-1, which provides that each district, as nearly as practical, shall be of equal population. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, our next three are David Cosper, Tony Oliver, and Sheila Doyle Kelly. David?
Good morning. You're going to get the cliff notes on my presentation today, so I'll make it real brief. First of all, the measure to put this on the 2026 ballot, I'm fully in support of, and I look forward to seeing it on that ballot. I think the approach that was taken by the committee was fair, and I think the results were even fairer. This was demonstrated by the recent results that the data that was provided by the county clerk. And so I'm completely in favor of the map. Secondly, though, more importantly, is to make the map effective, we need to make sure that each of the members, the new commissioners, represent the districts separately, voted on separately by each district. If we try to go to a at-large situation, we're going to have a mob rule situation in which the loudest voice at the back of the room will always dictate the final results of the commission. And we can't have that anymore. Our founding fathers worked hard to make sure that that wasn't what we had. They set up a people's house, the House of Representatives, that was based upon this very concept. They even set up the Senate as the same way, in which 2 senators were selected from each state to represent the rights of the Senate, or the rights of the state. What happened, though, with the passage of the 17th Amendment is that the Senate went back to being elected by people at large. And as a result, we now have gridlock in our Congress on almost every situation. We cannot have people elected at large. High voter density populated areas will always rule the day. And all you need to do is read Hamilton's number 39 Federalist paper, and he describes that very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Tony?
Oh, I'm Tony Oliver from Redmond. I am support of having the 5 districts, and I appreciate that this is a more calm session. I was really upset from the last Wednesday one, where it seemed to be just vilifying Commissioner Adair and Commissioner DeBonne. So this map works out well, and there seems to be a fear of having too many Republicans in control with 5 districts. But I would ask that the Democrats look at what they call sisters country and realize how heavily filled with Democrats it is. So what the most likely thing will be, 3 Democrats and 2 Republicans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Hello. Ready?
Yeah,
Hello.
thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity again to talk today. As you've all mentioned, a lot of people have had the chance to submit written comments and make oral comments too. According to a recent news report, over 80% of the comments, both verbal and written, oppose MAP C and any voting initiative based on that map. A retired Oregon State judge who has presided over important election law litigation in Marion County has cautioned all of us about the potential unconstitutionality of MAP C. A retired deputy attorney general for the state of Oregon has cautioned all of us about the numerous additional potential illegalities of the mapping process and ballot processes that might come out of this meeting, and estimates that the cost of defending these processes is upwards of $250,000. Commissioner DeBonne, you pride yourself on representing rural values. I grew up on the coast, the daughter of a fisherman. I ask, what's more rural than valuing wise spending and careful risk analysis? Commissioner Adair, you were quoted in the Central Oregon Daily as saying, I can bring a better decision-making process listening to people. If you turn a deaf ear to 80% of the commenters, are you listening to the people? If you're willing to gamble with $250,000 of hard-earned taxpayer money, are you making sound decisions with our hard-earned money? I don't appreciate the laughter. The answers to these questions seem pretty clear. Please listen to the people, protect rural values by making sure our money is spent wisely, and put an end to this process once and for all right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Okay, the next three are Joe Craig, Marissa Hurley, and Mary Fleischman. Whenever you're ready, Joe.
My name's Joe Craig. I live here in Bend, and I'm concerned about the district mapping process, obviously, and against MAP C. As other people have said, over 80% of the people have already stated that they're against MAP C. Now, I remember listening to everybody, and I hope the commissioners listen to everybody clearly. There's legal arguments. I don't know if you've looked at the legal arguments. I doubt that you've checked with the Secretary of State, but I highly advise that. I agree with Sheila Kelly in what she said about this could cost another $250,000. That's not fiscally responsible. I heard an 8th grade teacher talk about the Oregon Constitution and civics that are taught in 8th grade, that when maps are district and redrawn, it's every 10 years after a census. That's according to Article 4, Sections 6 and 7. This used voters, not population. So I ask that you look at everything. And yes, I did listen to Commissioner Adair when she was on KBND, and she talked about non-affiliated voters being the most. Completely agree. But as Lou Capozzi stated, if you look at the voting record, non-affiliated voters tend to vote with one of the two parties, depending on the district. And if you look how they voted in the last election, if this was set up, Republicans would have control. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Marissa.
Hi, my name is Marissa Hurley. I want to start by thanking you for letting us have a moment to speak and participate in what democracy actually looks like, which is the exact opposite of what is being proposed by MAP C, because gerrymandering is not, in fact, what democracy looks like. That looks like tone deaf, lazy, and in Oregon, factually illegal under ORS 188.010, which requires that districts must be contiguous, have roughly equal populations, use existing geographic and political boundaries, and connect via transportation links. It is drastically clear that those very basic criteria would not be met and would open Deschutes County up to major litigation risks to the tune of almost $250,000, as multiple people have already pointed out. I I encourage you to listen to them and take heed to what they're saying. Everyone deserves equal representation, and this is not the pathway to that happening. As Stephanie Hunter said at the last meeting, current county commissioners have to meet their constituents where they are at countywide and not just in the small portion where they would be in charge of. That is what contiguous means. Gloria Olson said it best. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I urge you and your colleagues to reject any proposal for mid-cycle redistricting because it would be without all the information needed to be fair and equal to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. And Mary.
I'm Mary Fleischman. I've been a resident of Bend for 40 years. I sent you already what some of my main comments are, and some of them have already been said here, so I will keep this part short. But there was a comment at one of the meetings about with at-large and campaign costs. And while that's the thing about campaign costs is that that's up to the people who choose to campaign and how they get their message out. It's not a county issue. What's not been mentioned or addressed is the additional costs for all the separate ballots, extra ballot drop-off points, the separate counting, let alone the verification that people are actually voting in their district. And these all add additional costs to the county and the taxpayers. If you proceed to move this forward to the ballot, I'm telling you, this is going to fail. And the timing is simply wrong. And all the costs, whether it's litigation or whatever, going forward, that's all going to fall on you. On another note, the Planning Commission reappointment for the Sisters Planning Commission, which expires in June, I believe there should be an open application for that position. There is a lot going on with Sisters as it grows, and they are looking at the impacts of urban growth. I think you should open it up before just reappointing Mr. Cyrus. I believe there are some potential candidates who live in Sisters, the city of Sisters, not just Tumalo or the outside of Sisters, who have a vested interest in what planning needs to take place that impacts the city of Sisters. These are the folks most impacted by these land use issues. Mr. Cyrus already has a history of being focused on conversion of exclusive farm zone to more rural luxury development, which has been problematic to the value of the Sister residents and those who want to conserve farmland, habitat, and open space. Let's open this up so that those most impacted have a voice and listen to constituents and sisters. Mr. Cyrus might be reappointed, if no one does come forward, but we should at least see if there are others who live in the city of Sisters who would like to serve in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay. Next we have Alice Weston, Nathan Jenkinson, and Michelle Martin. Alice, go ahead.
Good morning. Alice Weston. I'm a Bend resident and an organizer for the Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club. I have sent in my and the Sierra Club Oregon chapter's comments on this to all of your emails. And I also spoke last time and gave testimony. And if you'd like to run it back, you can find it on the BS of Bend Instagram page as well. But basically, our volunteers, supporters, and members have been having this conversation. We all agree with that testimony that I put forward. But the main thing that the folks who could not be here this morning or the other meetings really wanted to push is the concern around litigation, the concern around how much that's going to cost taxpayers. That's been something that people have been really confused by, with the resiting of the landfill going to cost additional funds and other litigation issues like the sheriff's department, things like that have been coming up. So there's a lot of concern around how much money that's going to cost, but also a lot of people prepared to fight back if MAPC is put on the ballot. And then the last piece that a lot of people were concerned about was basically that this isn't what they voted for. And so there was a lot of questions about that. Districts were not on the ballot previously, and people feel confused about how this got from point A to point B, and would like their voices heard and would like this to represent them. And they would like to have the 5 commissioners that they vote for in the next election be the ones who make this decision going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Nathan.
Commissioner DeBonne, I don't appreciate you trying to keep us from sharing our opinions. And I think it's essential for us to not go forward with this. I'm going to end up, if this map goes through, in a district. I live in Southwest Redmond. I'm going to end up in a district that's mostly controlled by North Bend, in a really weirdly shaped district. And that was based off of voter data instead of population data. And it's at the wrong time underneath with very, very hastily put together rules over a short period of time. I don't blame the DMAC at all. They have done absolutely what they could with what they were given, but this is not the way to do it. If you want districts, do it at the decade like everyone else is supposed to, and then we can have our districts. Alternately, and I bring this up every time, we can also consider proportional ranked choice voting as a better alternative to this. Thank you.
Is that the end of your comment?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Michelle Martin.
Good morning. Thank you for the time today. Our one county voted for 5 at-large commissioners. Legal experts have told us that this rigged map violates voter laws and will cost us, taxpayers, money defending the indefensible, violating voter laws. When Commissioners DeBonne and Adair approve Map C, the map that they queued up, they are approving spending our tax dollars to defend a rigged map with their name on it for their own power, not to help our community. Our tax dollars will pay for their vanity project, putting their name on a rigged map. It's kind of like a vanity project putting their name on a building and taking cash out of taxpayers' pockets to pay for it. The color of our tax money is green. It's not red, it's not blue, it's green. And everyone in our county will pay for the litigation around their vanity rigged map. The clock starts today. Our United County will vote out this map. We will also tally the legal fees, and every voter will know the total cost of their vanity project and power grab, costing all of us representation and cash. Thank you.
Michelle.
Michelle. Next, we have Suzanne Ritter, William Whitcraft, I believe it is, and Shannon Whitcraft.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Ritter. This voter registration mixed by seat has been put together with local data, and it shows that there is no gerrymandering. Okay? Then the reason why the board went to 5 commissioners is because we have more people in the Bend area and surrounding county. There is more work, and we wanted to split it up. So if there is a county commissioner for Sisters, then that person can build local relationships in Sisters, have more information about whatever issues may come up in Sisters, put that information together, and then bring it to the board for discussion and decision. That is a more effective process. That is why we went to 5 commissioners in the first place, to split up the workload. So to make a map where there is a person for La Pine, 2 persons for Bend, 1 person for Sister, 1 person for Redmond, that makes a lot of common sense. Okay, it's efficiency, it's better information, and then if the commissioners decide they need more information, they can do more research. But the La Pine commissioner can go to the La Pine County city meeting and build relationships with La Pine residents and officials and so forth. And that's why we have 5 commissioners in the first place. And to the Board of Deschutes County Commissioners has in the past, when there were issues that were controversial, they've put it on the ballot. For example, when there was a vote for rural, should we have more pot grows in rural Deschutes County? And there was so much controversy, then they put it on the ballot. So that's a good way to find out. Thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay. William.
My name is William Whitcraft. I'm 20 years old. I live in the rural Tumalo area. I'm here this morning to support Map C and ask you to put Map C on the ballot so the voters can decide. I grew up outside city limits, and as a kid, now I see the decision being made that directly affects rural communities and things like roads, land use, wildfire risk, and services. These decisions are most often made by the people who live in the city. That's not a criticism of any one place. It's just the reality of the system where population centers naturally come. And I'm going to ask you, why not just put it on the ballot and let the voters decide? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed. Shannon.
Hi, my name is Shannon Whitcraft. I've lived in the Bend, Redmond, and Tumalo area for over 30 years. I'm going to summarize my letter to make it very brief. I support district-based representation and specifically Map C, and I'm here to strongly encourage you to place Map C on the ballot. I don't understand all the arguments recently because you're only deciding to put the map on the ballot. It is all of us, citizens and voters, who will make the actual decision. Doesn't seem like it could be rigged, as we have the opportunity to vote yes or no. I'm asking you to please allow us to weigh in and vote on Map C and put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eva Eagle, Casey Roscoe, and Bill Schertzing. Eva, go ahead.
Eva Eagle. I live outside of Sisters. I've been a Deschutes County taxpayer for over 30 years. Wasn't born here, but consider myself certainly a resident of this county long-term. And I urge you to step back from the district map approval process, but I'm not going to go into all the reasons why I think this map is incorrect. But the problem that I see is that we're just doing this at the wrong time. The current commissioner positions that people are running for now are at large. And I think it's going to be incredibly confusing to be parsing the county into these exclusive districts and getting people all riled up about whether the map is good or bad. Well, the 5 candidates are running at large. And I really think it's going to lower turnout among many voters because they'll be confused about, do I really get to vote for all these people? And when they see their ballot, they may or may not take the effort to figure out that there are these two different things going on at large election now, and then putting these people into districts later. So I think it'll lower turnout, but then I wonder if that's the objective of some of the people who want to rush it onto the ballot. It sounds great. Yes, let us vote. But I think we need to have a process that puts something that's good on the ballot and have the decision made at the right time. This is just really the wrong time to be rushing forward on where the district should be. So I'd say put it on the back burner, let the new 5-member commissioner decide on how to approach it in the proper time with the right data.
Thank you, Eva. Casey.
My name is Casey Roscoe. I live in Tumalo, and I've spoken before, but just to say again, I got engaged in this over the mule deer overlay when there was going to be so many restrictions put on our ranches that I don't think we'd be able to operate properly anymore. But there was some emotional ones, like we wouldn't be able to let our dogs out. But also, we'd have to apply for permits to have parties and things that affected our fences, our tractor use, and so much more. I was so thankful for our county commissioners that understood ranching and agriculture that didn't go along with it. I was so thankful. And my worry is that if we had county commissioners voted in at large, that they wouldn't be from the rural areas. There's been a lot of opinions I've heard today, but I just want to state some facts because there's a difference between what could or would happen and what is. What is right now in Deschutes County is Bend's city councilors are voted in at large. Bend's largest registered political party by far is non-affiliated, but the Bend City Council is 100% one party. West Bend is the only part of Bend that is predominantly Democrat. 5 of the 6 city councilors live in the same neighborhood in West Bend. The other city councilor also lives in West Bend, but just not in that neighborhood. I just want to be clear about what it looks like when people are voted in at large. This is not representing a cross-section of Bend. And my fear is that if we voted in the county commissioners this way, that it wouldn't be a cross-section of the people that live in Deschutes County. There have been 10 public meetings,
Your time is up. Thank you.
and I hope we can vote on the map.
Thank you. Bill.
I think all three of you know my opinion. I'm for map C, so I don't need to try and convince you of that. Who I'd really like to talk to are the people behind me. For the life of me, I've heard democracy, 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 democracy. You guys are not making a decision on map C as what's going to govern Deschutes County. You guys are. The democracy is going to do it. I want to have that opportunity to do it. Last little piece, analysis paralysis. Analysis paralysis. That is a problem with a lot of industry, a lot of companies, a lot of people throughout the state. Figures lie and liars figure. So you put in a computer, what is the best watch to buy? One that's stopped or one that's off 1 second a day? Computer says, buy the watch that stopped because it's right twice a day. The one that's off a second a day is right about every 220 years. So I think we've thought about this. Let the democracy really work. Let us vote on that. That's it.
Thank you, Bill. Okay. The next 3 are Amanda Page, Bruce Bowen, and Foster Fell.
So
Amanda was first on this.
Thank you. These maps are gerrymandered, but I also think our current single winner at large system already disenfranchises huge portions of Deschutes County. Working people, rural people, renters, young voters, and anyone without money or insider access. With these districts or our current winner-takes-all system, the outcomes are predictable. One political faction ends up with total control, while large numbers of voters are left without anyone truly representing them. That's not balance, that's not accountability, and that's not what makes for a healthy democracy. The system makes it far too easy for well-funded corporate interests to dominate local government while ordinary people struggle to have any meaningful voice. This isn't just about lines on a map, it's about power. Who gets it, who keeps it, and who is systematically shut out from it. There is a clear proven strategy staring us in the face, proportional ranked choice voting. It addresses the representation problem by ensuring political power is shared in proportion to how people actually vote, not marginalized by a single party or bloc. Ranked choice voting is not theoretical. Hundreds of thousands of voters in Oregon already use ranked choice voting, and polling consistently shows higher satisfaction because voters feel heard and represented. It's supported by nonpartisan good governance organizations like the League of Women Voters for one simple reason: it works. You can keep tweaking broken maps inside this broken system, or you can choose a system that actually gives voters representation and gives power back to regular people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that while someone is speaking, people try to hold their side conversations down to a minimum, because it's distracting. You know, I'm being distracted by murmuring in the audience. Bruce.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in spite of the difficulties of such a large group. I have said before that I think the at-large voting makes a great deal of sense. It makes a great deal of sense in this instance when we're starting out. The new 5 commissioners can decide whether or not they want districts or not, rather than the current commission. And there are, I believe, many other issues that are really important to consider that haven't been adequately considered, the legal issues, the cost issues. So I believe that you should not put this on the ballot, and let the new commissioners make the decision.
Thank you, Bruce. Foster. Whenever you're ready.
I'm Foster Phil, 15 years in Bend. I am a registered Democrat, but I think I'm going to have to speak some heresy right now. I think that, and this is a plea to both Commissioners DeBonne and Adair. I'm just really troubled that you're going to live and die by Map C. I think there's a lot of good features to it. They did try to abide by their guidelines. None of the guidelines actually mentioned voter registration, but they did try to have contiguous districts. They tried to keep intact communities like our Latino neighborhoods. But the one fatal flaw is if you have Democratic registration roughly equal to Republican registration, you can't replicate that on with an odd-numbered 5-member board. So I think that's why it's going to go down in flames. People feel it's not going to give proper proportional registration. There is an alternative. Both liberal Multnomah County and more conservative Washington County, like us, they have 5 commissioners and populations exceeding 150,000. Both of these counties use a mixed system. Each has 4 separate geographically mapped districts in which voters choose their own commissioner, plus 1, but only 1 at-large election, and that's usually for the commission chair. So I think this is something I would hope that both Commissioner DeBonne and Adair consider as an alternative to Map C, and maybe put that on the ballot. I think that would get tremendous support from the voters, and it would preserve district representation and the other good parts that Map C has. Thank you.
Thank you, Foster. Okay. Next 3, we're getting towards the end of the stack here, and so people who are online who want to give public comment can start to raise their hands. We have Nunzi Gould, Rondo, and Brian Kennedy.
Good morning. My name is Nunzi Gould. I emailed the commissioners some comments regarding your agenda item 11 yesterday, and I'd like to confirm that each of the commissioners, the county administrator, and the head of the community development department have received those.
Yes.
I have, yes.
So my request is that you put out to recruitment when you put out the planning area county planning commissioner to recruitment, that you also put out to recruitment the county sisters area planning commissioner. And I outlined in multiple attachments some of the reasons that I think we need to be reviewing candidacy and how candidates can or cannot reflect a community. And then in looking at the division map, I'm wondering exactly how the Planning Commission township range and sections actually correlate, if at all, or if in the future, to your proposed districting map. And I don't think any of that has actually been discussed. But as you consider your districting representation, I'm wondering exactly, is there any correlation with the Planning Commission areas that are identified? Because I don't see a connection at all. In the districting map, I would be in the area that represents the sisters area. In the Planning Commission map, where my residence is, I would be in the Tumalo Planning Commission area, and on a property I own in Sisters, on the Planning Commission.
Nancy, I'm sorry, we're at time.
Okay.
I think we got the point. Thank you. Okay, Rondo.
Good morning, Commission. I'm Rondo. I'm a longtime resident of Bend and Deschutes County. I love democracy. I think most of the people in this room would probably say that as well. I think the search for equity here is always an important conversation to have, whether this particular process was done well or not, whether it's been representative or not. We can vote on it, or we cannot vote on it, and either decision, either action would be democratic. This conversation behind us, behind me today, is part of the workings of democracy. To me, democracy is half voting. The other half is listening, and that comes after the voting. So it deeply disturbs me when a county commissioner or commissioners are not willing to listen. I don't know, honestly. I don't know everything that you do in your job, and I think the community often wonders, what do county commissioners do? If you're not able to listen, I mean, I think you've lost half your job right there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rondo.
It's Rondo.
And Brian.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Kennedy. I'm a 25-year resident of Deschutes County. I'm a non-affiliated voter. I live in Bend, and I have owned property and built a home in South County, so I feel I have some degree of perspective. I'm very much in favor of securing and maintaining a fair rural representation on whatever happens going forward, but I think this particular map and the process is deeply flawed. A couple of things I wanted to point out that I'm not sure if you've heard or not, because there have been some larger conversations, but one of the things that I think has occurred here is a failure to follow or to be able to obtain the guidelines that were set out for DMAC, contiguous neighborhoods or districts being one. I live in Southeast Bend. Okay, Southeast Bend is the fastest growing area of this county. We are not contiguous with Lapine. DMAC was supposed to consider current growth patterns. I have not heard that. It's not supposed to divide communities' common interest. Well, I'm pretty sure Lapine and Southeast Bend do not share a great deal of common interests. I want them to be prosperous and successful, and I think the rest of the Deschutes County should be as well. The other thing that really stoked my interest in being here this morning was a post that I read yesterday from former Commissioner Phil Henderson, who went about the praising the process. And one of the things that caught me was that there were these very distinct and well thought out districts. He called them West Bend, North County Sisters, East Bend, Redmond, and South County La Pine. Nothing in any of that considers the fastest growing area in your area of responsibility, which is Southeast Bend. So I'm hoping that you will have heard this and that you will vote to delay this vote until there's a better plan to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay. The final two blue sheets, people in the room, Phil Henderson and Jim Dunn, and then we'll go to people who are online. Oh. Could you do another one?
Is that one right there?
Phil, go ahead.
Yeah, Phil Henderson, longtime Bend resident, former county commissioner, fourth generation Oregonian. As I expected, a lot of the testimony was what things we've heard before, and I'm always in favor of commissioners hearing more. But really, who needs to hear these arguments are the citizens of Deschutes County. I was on the DMAC committee, and it really is surprising to me how many people say the map is rigged, but they point to nothing on the map. In fact, what we did was a very, in a way, very easy process, as I've said before. The map that we ended up with was very close to what one citizen unconnected to the DMAC put in at the first meeting. There was no maps presented by any of the DMAC members. It was all done by kind of by reduction or elimination of maps that didn't make sense. When people get up here, several lawyers have come up and spoken about how there'll be litigation and the big threat to the budgets of the Deschutes County. And I guess I'm the only lawyer on the side of in favor of this map that thinks I don't think that's going to be a problem. One, the costs won't occur unless those lawyers or somebody like them decides they want to spend their money to bring a lawsuit. But when you go through the guidelines and the regulations, we followed every one of those to a T after much discussion. We conferred with legal counsel about looking at the voting registrations of people, and we were advised not to do it. We didn't want to ever look at it because we didn't want to be said to have ever looked at that. We didn't rush the process. This is the 15th meeting I've been to where these policies were talked about. What's really notable is how little has been about the actual map itself. And I just want to say one thing about the last testimony. You know, really at the end, it came down to there's South County, North County, East Bend, West Bend, and Redmond. Those are all very identifiable districts. And I think people will like this map. I think the voters will pass it. And I think we should just have the chance to vote on it.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Dunn. I just want to say a few solid, straightforward points to hit on why Map C isn't gerrymandering. Calling it gerrymandering is like believing the COVID vaccine prevents you from getting COVID. It's a flat out lie. First, the map follows standard redistricting rules. Equal population across 5 districts using the latest census data, voter registration, and growth trends. The advisory committee drew it that way, not to pack or crack voters for one party. They even used random drawing for district numbers to stay neutral. Second, the most importantly, are the non-affiliated voters. They're the largest group in Deschutes County now, outnumbering both Democrats and Republicans. Critics focus on the registered Democrats and Republican split, but they ignore how those independents actually vote. In recent elections, they lean different directions, district by district, so assuming straight party lines to call it PAC for conservatives misses the real picture. Third, the whole thing started for a voter-approved measure to expand 5 commissioners. It's about geographic representation, not partisan power grabs. The county's grown fast, especially in Bend, and splitting areas logically makes sense for local voices, not manipulation. And lastly, I was against Map C until I heard many say that map C would almost guarantee 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats. I've seen Democratic run cities and states, and I, for one, don't think anyone in their right mind wants to be Portland, Seattle, Los Angeles, or San Francisco. Thank you.
Okay. Keith, if you turned in another form and I missed it, I'm sorry, but we'll get you now. Oh, and
Can you hear me?
Yes.
yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Keith Rocco. I live in Precinct 28 in Redmond for over the past 20 years. I am the chair of the Deschutes County Republican Party. I represent the minority party in our county. The non-affiliated voters are the majority in our county. Our county is making history with the upcoming nonpartisan election. Every registered voter can choose the type of representative government they want. They get to vote, let them vote, let the voters decide. The keeper of our voter rolls, our county clerk, provided data that supports the facts that the proposed map is nonpartisan. The numbers show the nonpartisan voters are the majority in our county. In the past, they had no vote. Today, they do get a vote. Every registered voter in our county gets to vote on it. Let them vote. The voters should be allowed to decide on the proposed map. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I missed another one. So Freddie, please come on up. And if there is anyone else who filled out a blue form and I somehow missed it in the stack, please let us know. Fill out another one. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, I am Freddie Finney-Jurette. I use he, him. I am here representing Deschutes Defend Our Democracy Coalition, which is the organization working exclusively on this issue. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I've lived here since I was born in 2002. So that makes me 23, one of the youngest people in this room, and a lifelong Deschutes County resident. I'll try to keep this brief. Some of us have commented that we want districts, but not these districts. Some of us have commented that we don't want any redistricting, and some, like myself, want proportional representation. Proportional representation is a type of at-large system that would let all Deschutes voters vote for all 5 seats, but no one party or viewpoint would control all 5 seats. But regardless of that, our coalition all agrees that Map C is a unabashed gerrymander. The process to create this map was unfair. The resulting map is unfair, divisive, and yeah, a gerrymander. Commissioner DeBone, Commissioner Adair, yet again, I call on you to remember your duties to the people of Deschutes County and to reject this gerrymandered map. Whatever you decide, the voters will remember your choice. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Freddie. Eric, do we have people online? We have one. And for folks who are interested in this topic, it is the first item on our action item on our agenda. So after we get through the consent agenda, it'll only take a couple minutes usually. We will be on to deliberating on the map and whether we're referring it to the voters or not. Frank is okay. Frank, please make your comment.
Hi, it's actually I'm Catherine Marcos.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm in support of the proposed district map placed before the board now. There have been comments suggesting these maps did not weigh population carefully and that the county should wait for the 2030 census before considering districting. The use of 2030 census data is already listed on today's agenda for discussion. A majority of the districting committee voted in favor of reviewing the maps again once updated 2030 census findings are available. The 2 votes against and the 1 abstention came from Commissioner Chang's appointees. Members appointed by Commissioners Adair and DeBonne voted yes. Bend Mayor Melanie Keebler did not vote in favor of advancing the map. The census occurs every 10 years, and representation decisions often happen between cycles using the best data available at the time. Voters recently approved expanding the county commissioners from 3 seats to 5 without waiting for the 2030 census. This follows the same practical approach. Rather than waiting more than 4 years, this allows voters to decide now how those 5 seats should be structured with the understanding that maps can be revisited when updated census data becomes available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no one else who wants to turn in a blue form or has their hand raised, we can proceed with the rest of the meeting. So are there any commissioner announcements?
A couple notes. So this is commissioner announcements. Revenue forecast is happening at the state legislature today. So that's going to set the tone for the state legislative session with the revenue that's known to be available. So this is going to be a big moment for everybody in the state of Oregon. Also Friday, I was able to attend the Redmond Senior Center celebration for Customer Service Award. So I represented the Board of Commissioners, mentioned that we're all happy that they received that award. So that was the Redmond Senior Center receiving the Redmond Chamber of Commerce Customer Service Award. That was pretty well-attended event.
Thank you. Commissioner Adair, any announcements?
I just want to acknowledge that the assistant superintendent lost his wife Kelly Sunday morning, and such a tragedy for someone that has been a great leader for our school system in Sisters. So I just want you all to say a prayer that he will continue his recovery, and you know, it really touches you in your heart when you see something like that happening to my little community of sisters.
Thank you. Yeah. Concerning news about the Scholl family. Okay. Do we have a motion for the consent agenda?
So move.
And I will second consent agenda.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I'll just express appreciation to Carrie McKinnon for her willingness to serve on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and to Dr. Cynthia Marie for her willingness to serve on our Public Health Advisory Board. These folks are going to be great additions to those committees. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So, action items, item number 8, Commissioner District Draft Map Next Steps. We can all predict a lot of the discussion that's going to take place among the commissioners right now. I do want to make a request for us to parse one of the decisions. So, in our agenda, the recommendations from the DMAC. The DMAC recommends the board consider map C for the district map. So I would like us to have one deliberation and one vote on whether we think this is the right structure and the right district. to send to the voters. And I would like us to have a second vote about the timing of that. But in public statements by my fellow commissioners, there was interest in May, there was interest in November. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to agree with you on whether we send this map to the voters or not, but I may very well agree with one of you about whether we send this to the voters in May or November. So by separating those into two votes, that gives me the opportunity to say what I want to say about this proposal. So if that is okay with you all, then we can proceed that way.
Great.
Sounds fine.
So as I say, I'm a Deschutes County resident. You're a Deschutes County resident. I'm honored to serve. Everybody here is a friend and a neighbor. Even Lou Capozzi is a friend of mine. We've known each other for a long time now, and he's called me out directly. But so it's more of a process item that I started the meeting off with today. We might have heard from 2 new people. Maybe somebody changed their mind since we did this last. So that is the only foundation that I started this meeting with. I'm honored to be able to connect with each and every one of you on any topic that we make decisions about, fund, or do policy. Remember, we started off with the process here. We take 200 and we divide it by 5, which ends up being 40. And then it's like, well, how do we do that? Either we, just start a new system, or maybe we'll start off with these precincts. So that was the guidance to the DMAC. Take precincts, make them as close as you can to these 40,000 something numbers. It was pretty simple to start. Obviously, this is a very partisan process. It's one of the most partisan things you can do. We can't apologize for that. We should celebrate that we have differences of opinions in the room and where we're going to go with this. I do think of the people that aren't here, though. This is passionate people that are able to join us on a Wednesday morning. There's folks that aren't in the room. So this is for everybody of Deschutes County. And as I say, I've publicly stated that I do support putting this, and we can separate the two topics. So putting this to a vote of the people to engage with and understand. We do need to separate the fact that there's a May 19th election for 4 commissioners, and this is a separate process, which is would, if it passes, go into effect 2 years later.
Commissioner Dare, any opening comments?
Yes, a lot of people had said they were unaware that we were thinking of doing these districts, that when they voted for 5 commissioners. But I went back to the voters pamphlet. There were 5 arguments in favor, and I've used Commissioner Chang's words before. Assigning commissioners to geographic districts would be a logical next step. Dedicating a commissioner to Redmond or South County, for example, would improve access, representation, and oversight even more. So that was from his comment. But then from a group this was another argument, one of the 5 from Southern Deschutes County. They believe that members will provide us with dedicated representation, commissioners who understand the unique challenges we face and will prioritize our concerns in county decisions. So that was from another argument. And then this argument was endorsed by the Bend City Council, Mayor Fitch. Quite a few of the sisters City Council endorsed this, and they said, we need county commissioners where our elected leaders will build consensus that balances the needs of our community. So to me, putting this to the voters, map C, seems like a logical thing. The voters can decide. It's, I read balance, and, picking up Casey Rockhouse argument about the mule deer. As someone who lives in the country, honestly, I know it's impacting our wildlife. I see animals hit all the time when I'm driving, and I feel like a lot of times the deer come to our backyard for refuge. We've got wolves out in my neighborhood. There's coyotes out in our neighborhood, and that issue really struck home. So Casey, thank you for bringing that up. I just feel like looking at this, districts were the next argument. Lane County has districts. I appreciate that Washington County and Multnomah have districts a bit differently, but you know what? This can be decided. One other further point is the fact that the term gerrymandered has been used almost this entire time. If you historically look at the term gerrymandered, it came up in 1812, and it was referring to a district that looked like a salamander. Like a salamander. This district does not look like a salamander. It's using our current precincts, which is really, if you're a numbers person, it's a good way to go, talking with Steve Dennison on it. So, and, to repeat what Commissioner Chang said in the last paragraph of his statement in favor, districts would be the next logical choice. So let the voters decide, honestly. Aren't we lucky? We live in America.
Thank you for that setup. I absolutely believe in districts in principle. And that's why I said that. And I do believe that districts done right can be a way to provide better representation and guaranteed representation by someone who lives near you, in your neighborhood. To all the people of Deschutes County. That's districts done right. These districts were not done right, and this is a flawed, rigged, gerrymandered product that we are talking about sending to the voters.
We have a difference.
I listened to your comment.
I know that. I know you did.
Now you are going to listen to my comments. Thank you. Okay. I want to especially speak to the folks who said, why not just send this to the voters now and let them decide? The last time Deschutes County contemplated districts was 20 years ago. That measure failed, and it took 20 years to try again. So this is an example of, if you don't get it right, you got a good idea, but you don't get it right and you send it to the voters and it fails, it may not come back for a very long time. So my suggestion would be, why don't we just do it right the first time so that it has a chance of passing and we don't have to wait for 20 years to talk about districting again if this flawed proposal is forwarded to the voters and fails. So those are just kind of some framing comments. Like I said, I do believe in principle in districts. I believe we should do them right. I want to talk a little bit about the structure of these proposed districts, and then I want to talk a little bit about why I think that this specific district proposal is flawed. While I believe that districts are, in principle, a really good thing, the people who say, I want to vote for 5 commissioners, not just one, have a point. Right now, you get to vote for all 3 of your commissioners who are elected at large. And, to the folks who said, well, look at the way that Bend works. It's at large and it's got a Democratic majority. For 100 years, at-large seats have worked pretty well for Deschutes County. We have right now 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat. In terms of our registration, we don't have to declare that anymore, thanks to the people who sent a nonpartisan commissioner ballot measure to the voters 4 years ago. But we have, we certainly don't have a single party block up on the dais here. And somehow we have ended up with representation from South County, from North County, and from the center of the county. So at least in these last couple of election cycles, doesn't seem like having at-large seats has led to the kinds of concerns that people have. That said, the county is growing. And, you know, people wanting to have within a 210,000 person population county that spans 3,000 square miles. The idea of wanting someone from your community representing you on the board of commissioners, I think is a valid concern. But when people say, yeah, I still don't want to just vote for 1 out of 5, I think that's a valid concern as well. People want more than 1 commissioner representing them. And I would say there's also real value in having at least 1 at-large commissioner representing you. So this Board of Commissioners would not allow the District Mapping Advisory Committee to consider a 1 at-large chair plus 4 districts structure, which strikes some of the balance that I think is needed. Because if we proceed with this 5-district package, model, system, structure, then we are going to see parochial behavior from this Board of Commissioners. We are going to see commissioners saying, District 3 just got a new roundabout. I want one. Well, you know, you don't really have the traffic pattern or the traffic, numbers to put a roundabout anywhere. I don't care. District 3 got a roundabout. I want one. On the flip side, we might see, heaven forbid, we haven't figured out the siting of our landfill by the time this would take effect. But on the flip side, we could see commissioners saying, this county absolutely needs a new landfill site. Don't put it in my district because my voters don't want it. And that is a decision that we need to make for all Deschutes County residents. So there is value in having at-large seats on this Board of Commissioners as well as districted seats. So I think I'm more and more talking myself into the 1 plus 4, 1 at-large plus 4 district kind of structure. But we did not allow the DMAC to even consider that structure. On to the issues with this specific set of boundaried districts. This package is gerrymandered, intentionally or unintentionally. The DMAC crammed tens of thousands more Democrats into 2 districts in order to provide disproportionate advantage to the other party. Yeah, you can look at. I don't even know what they were lettered. Now they're mapped. But districts B and D, I think it was. Those are the 2 that registered Democratic voters outnumber, across those 2 districts, outnumber registered Republicans by tens of thousands. So it crammed all of it, half of the Democrats in the county into 2 districts to provide Republican partisan advantage in 3 of the districts. On the issue of registered voters versus total population, the other thing that this map does is it disenfranchises tens of thousands of people under the age of 18 in our community. Our kids are part of our community. They use county services. They care about county issues. They deserve to be represented. And if we do not use population and instead use total voters, we are disenfranchising our children and their families. Because of these concerns, I do think that this map is subject to legal risk. And as we've heard, there is associated cost with those legal risks. When former Commissioner Henderson was talking about, I don't think that the legal risks are what you think they are. Let's go and let's see. I want to remind people that when Commissioner Henderson was in office, he pushed through some very controversial land use decisions that went all the way up through the court system and cost us a lot of money. Cost us a lot of money in attorney fees when we lost, cost us a lot of staff time that we could have been using on other things. Just one other thought, a number of commenters have spoken about, it's true, it's in the record. A lot of commenters have said, I don't like the way you split. I don't like the way you split these districts. I live right outside the Redmond urban growth boundary, and you're lumping me with North Bend and Sisters. We heard from a Lapine resident who said, as long as there's these 3 precincts with a lot of people in them in South Bend that are part of my district, then Bend is still playing a huge influence in the decision about who is representing me in Lapine. And then we heard the inverse of that today from someone who lives in Southeast Bend, the fastest growing part of our community. So, and I've spoken to people from Terrebonne whose kids go to school in the Redmond School District, who are about to be connected to the Redmond wastewater system, for whom the Redmond Fire District responds to their home if they're having a heart attack or their house is on fire. And they say, I am, maybe they go to Redmond for their groceries. Maybe they go to Redmond for their job. And they're saying to me, look at this weird finger on this map, almost like the arm of a salamander. Look at this weird finger on this map that puts me with the people of Sisters when I should be with the people of Redmond. So, no map, no boundaries that you draw are going to make everybody happy. But these are examples of how the way that these boundaries were drawn are really problematic. So those are my arguments to not advance this map to the voters. I've said most of this before. But my fellow commissioners have said most of what they wanted to say before, and can say it again. I just want to emphasize again that I support districting in principle, but districts done right. And I would prefer that we do this process right so that we can send something to the voters that has a chance of passing.
Yay. So I'll make a motion that we support map C to send it to the voters, and then we can separate for a date that we could talk about.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
So Deschutes County, we provide a solid waste system around the county. We have a road department that manages roads between the cities, outside the cities. The assessor, the treasurer, the clerk are separate elected individuals. Board of Commissioners has the policy and the budget front end of this. Obviously, land use and development is always a big, interesting, hot topic. State's in a really bad spot right now because they went and used a rezoning path on the east side of Bend to justify a rezoning for urban expansion, and then private property owners have asked for that same path, and now it's appealed to high heaven, and it's not us. Both sides have an argument, and yes, I make a decision on some of those, so that's always a controversial topic. Health department, public health, we're here to serve everybody. So as I say, maybe think about, we're escalating this. We're escalating it, us and them, the right and the left, the good and the evil, the right and the wrong. But we're just here to serve you in a cost-effective fashion. I mean, that's what I'm here for. So it's just, we're escalating this to the highest levels right now. But just remember, we're all community members together.
Commissioner Dare, any further thoughts?
We are community members together, and our community clearly needs more togetherness. So I do believe going to the ballot, if our precincts are in need of reworking, which will happen again when we do have the census, I believe those results will be available in 32. And that was one of the points of the DMAC. So I think it's an important step forward. So I appreciate Commissioner DeBonne making that motion.
And that's a second.
Yes, I seconded it already.
Okay. One more thing I will say is that we have been experiencing substantial overhaul of the way that our Board of County Commissioners is elected in the last few years. In 2022, the voters decided that they wanted commissioner positions to be nonpartisan, and they wanted to eliminate May partisan primaries and have an open election where somebody was talking about the non-affiliated voters getting a chance to vote. And when I first heard that, I thought that that's what they were talking about when we made commissioner elections nonpartisan and we allowed the 50,000 plus people who are not registered a Democrat or Republican a chance to actually vote in the county commissioner race that mattered. But okay, we did that in 2022. In 2024, the voters passed a ballot measure expanding the Board of Commissioners from 3 to 5. What those two efforts have in common is that they were brought by citizens. There were people who thought that these reforms would improve the elections of Deschutes County commissioners and went out and gathered 7,000 plus valid signatures. The 2022 ballot measure, they gathered signatures in person during COVID. And we're able to hit that threshold, demonstrate that their idea had legs in the community. We are departing from that process right now by talking about directly referring something to the voters from the Board of Commissioners. I think that if people really believe that this is a good map and it really has legs, that we should let signature petition gatherers prove it, and that's how this should go to the ballot. So, just one more reason why I will be voting no on this motion. Okay. Anything else? Calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne.
Yes.
Commissioner Adair.
Yes.
Chair votes no. All right. I did hear during the discussion a suggestion, we are going to be revising these maps when the next census comes. We have not decided that. So, I suggested we should talk about May versus November, but maybe just to make sure that that's the case, we can jump to the DMAC's recommendation 3 first. So this recommendation was that the Board of County Commissioners, to the Board of County Commissioners, that if voters approve the map, then redistricting should occur after the 2030 census.
So I'm supportive of that. I'm not sure how we can logistically, we can vote on it here. That's a future board. I don't know if it'd be part of the ballot measure, where voters vote on that, because it's a future state. It's 5 or 6 years from now.
I would ask legal counsel to look into whether that can actually be included in the ballot measure language.
Thought about. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. So I did speak with Dave Doyle, Legal Counsel. I know he's in the room today as well. We spoke about this morning. So there's a couple options there. You could potentially put it on the ballot. I think Dave can come up and talk about potential risk there, but there is a path forward to include it in the ballot measure language. Additionally, some other counties have put in a code or a recommendation after it has been adopted that has language of redistricting will happen at certain thresholds or certain time periods. So I think there's two options there.
Yeah. Well, so that's, yeah, maybe, we can vote on if MAP passes, show support for setting something in code. Because I mean, that's tangible.
Yeah. And Dave hasn't come up yet. I know I saw him in the room. I think the concern, I'm going to paraphrase with him if he's walking up.
He's walking.
Okay, great. I'm just going to hold.
Morning, Commissioners. Dave Doyle, County Council. Yeah, the concern is there's two ways to challenge a ballot title. First, you challenge the title itself before it goes to the ballot. And the primary things that are looked at are, is it a single subject and is it essentially legislative as opposed to administrative? I don't think there's any real issue on the legislative administrative piece of it. You might muddy the waters a little bit by including something in the ballot referral that speaks to redistricting somewhere down the line, because someone might argue that somehow takes it out of being a single subject and is multiple subjects. I would argue it's still a single subject, but I don't wear a black robe, and it's the people in black robes that ultimately make that decision.
So as I say, I'm supportive of the concept. I don't want to add risk to the process.
And Dave, and Jen, the code revision concept, like when do we do that?
You could do it anytime if you wanted to put it in county code after a ballot referral, assuming it succeeded at some point. You could do it at any time, but obviously subsequent boards of commissioners could repeal that as well. So it wouldn't really have a lot of staying power.
So let's say we vote on it in November, and then you're saying that after that election, the end of November, when it's certified, that we could put this into code, but it could be reversed.
Yeah,
Of course.
you could put it into county code that you're going to revisit it every 10 years when there's
Following
new census data. I don't know if that'd be challenged or not at that time. It might almost logically occur anyway, but
Right.
if you would tie it to the ballot measure, you're just creating one more potential technicality for somebody to challenge the ballot title on the front end. Whether it have any legs or not, who knows?
Um,
And that's to be distinguished from legal attacks after, if it gets on the ballot and if it were to pass, then you'd potentially have legal attacks as to the constitutionality of it and how population figured into it or didn't, whatever the various arguments are.
because it's basically an acknowledgement that these maps were drawn with numbers of registered voters, not total population.
Yeah, that I don't know. I mean, my understanding was that both were considered, and whether that's accurate or not, I don't know. I wasn't part of the committee and attended very few of the meetings just to answer a question or two.
Yeah, both were considered, but the population gap between the districts, after basically drawing them by total registered voters first, in my opinion, is unacceptable. So,
And again, that's what somebody in a black robe would ultimately decide.
okay. Well, any preferences on how we approach this recommendation from the DMAC?
I mean, I like the idea of just doing some code type note. So basically it's a, just a placeholder on a calendar following the next census. So that's the best we can do right now. So, I mean, if we can put it in some code piece that, it'll make it come up. The will of the board will be the will of the board at the future date, but it'll make it come up. So, it's just putting it on your calendar out in the future.
How about we ask county council to write up what the example, basically create a template for us, show us what the code language would look like.
I mean, the code language would assume that it went to the ballot, it passed. it's withstood any legal challenges. And at that point, there would be a code provision just obligating the county to redistrict based on the current census data every 10 years. And that would essentially be what the code would read. Again, it'd be subject to repeal by,
but
later boards of commissioners, but
At least it requires that conversation too, though. I mean, that would be a moment.
Yeah, so if you could do a staff report for us and,
Sure.
include all those caveats and contingencies and show us what the language would look like.
Certainly we'll get that to you immediately.
Yeah, because if we do not have, if we don't make that commitment to people, I heard a number of folks who are in favor of the map saying, like, oh, what's the big deal of just having this map in place for a couple of years, and then it'll be redrawn after the census. And that definitely makes this less threatening to people who don't like this map. But if you do a bait and switch and these are our maps for forever permanently, then that was a disingenuous argument for people to make in supporting the measure.
I really appreciate that DMAC made this one of their recommendations, but I do take what you've just said, Dave, that to mingle it with the map going on the ballot, the districting, that doesn't make any sense. So
Well, I'm not saying it does or doesn't. I'm just saying it just
it
creates
adds complications.
a procedural challenge. And as lawyers, we like to limit those so that we generally don't want to add to them. So I would recommend not necessarily putting that as part of any ballot referral, just to defeat that argument that it takes it out of the single subject. But you certainly don't have to, and that's speculation as well. I mean, there's not a lot to draw on directly on this, so.
Great.
So Dave, one additional thought, and I'm not actually in favor of this thought, but would we be allowed to do a second measure? If this single issue measure consideration concern exists.
You wouldn't have your hands tied on a future ballot referral. Again, you could do that as well in code. You'd have that authority yourself. You wouldn't necessarily have to refer that out to the voters, but because I don't believe that would be changing the mode or method of electing county commissioners. It would just be what data you're relying on.
And so I tracked some county commissioner election reform efforts that were going on in Jackson County, and they were made contingent on each other. So there was a pay cap that people wanted, and that actually passed for Jackson County commissioners. But the pay cap was contingent on other electoral changes happening. So it's the one ballot measure, even though it passed, didn't take effect unless the other measure passed. Could we structure these two pieces that way? So unless this obligation to redistrict immediately after the 2030 census data is available unless that passes, districts don't pass either.
Yeah, you could certainly, there's a lot of history where that occurs. We did that when we reformed the 911 district a handful of years ago. So it was contingent. There was, there were two measures and it was contingent upon both passing. So that's not uncommon. That could be done.
How about getting some draft language on that as well? Does that sound all right? So we'll see both a draft code and we'll see a second draft ballot measure that is kind of supreme over the other one.
I mean, we can study the ballot measure, but as I say, there's no resistance here. I don't know that it's why would we not bring this up every 10 years as in a growing county? I can't imagine anybody's going to, I don't see it as controversial, I guess is where I'm going with it. So put it on a ballot is an effort, but we can put it in code and get it out there.
Yeah.
But we can study them both. I'm just saying, if there's no resistance.
These gerrymandered maps trouble me greatly. They trouble me a little less if I know that they're going to be redrawn guaranteed that they're going to be redrawn in, shortly after the 2030 census data is available. So that's why, and I would think that would, if it reduces my resistance a little bit, then, all the folks who have already said that they're going to vote against it, it might reduce their resistance a little bit. I think that would be something that you would want if you support putting this map forward. So is that all right to ask county council to do those two things? Great. Do we need a vote on that or no?
No.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So that's recommendation 3. It's been approved 2-1 to send this to the voters. And now I think the only thing we need to decide is May versus November. And like I said, I heard in a media release from one commissioner, interest in November. I heard in a KBND interview with another commissioner, an interest in May, unless someone has been coordinating you two in between then and now. I think that's an open question.
So as I say, the logic is for clarity for the voters. So the May primary, May election is going to have 4 seats on it at large. This is the process of going to 5 commissioners. My name will be on that ballot also, but it's just for clarity. So if we can think about one thing in May, and then there may or may not be one or a couple of these races go to November, but at least it separates the two topics. So then the November people can say, oh, okay, this is a proposed map, voting yes or no, for 2 years, later implementation. So that's the only thought process, is to try to separate so we can get to those 5 seats and talk about, this map that's being proposed.
Yeah.
So that's why you like November.
November's makes a lot of sense. I do think we will have, the 4 seats. If someone in the May primary, which is May 19th, gets over 50% of the vote, they will be duly elected as a commissioner starting to serve in 27. So I would think, just for clarity for our voters, I would say November 3rd is excellent, is an excellent choice.
Okay. So Commissioner Dare, you're no longer interested in May.
No, November is fine. 4 seats, all the nonpartisan people will now be able to vote for 4 seats. I think that's incredibly important, that everyone gets out and votes in May. And then this issue will come up in November.
Well, we see how this vote is going to go. I will just say that some of the reasons why I think we should vote on this in May are, number one, it's on people's minds right now. There's been a tremendous amount of awareness raising and interest in this topic, and making people wait until November to vote on something that is top of brain right now and that they have a pretty good grasp on, I think is not best democratic practice. But I would also say that it's this ballot measure really will be strongly tied to these 2 commissioners who will be on the ballot in various ways in May and possibly in November. And I think not sending it to the voters in May indicates an unwillingness to associate something that's really unpopular
And being rude at this point in time, very political statements.
And I get to give my analysis. And if you want to give your response after I'm done, you're welcome to do that. But yeah, I do think that not wanting to be tied to this very unpopular ballot measure is part of what's driving this push to put it in November versus May.
So I'll make a motion to put the map C on the November ballot in 2026.
And I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
As I say, this is a partisan process. It just brings us out. Thank you very much for being engaged. Vote your mind, follow up with what you want to do. A lot of, kind of threats being made here today, but let's just get through this together. This is where we're at. This is what we have to do. Thank you for your passion on the subject. I don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah, things like this, definitely draw partisan interest, and that's why it's incumbent on us to try to structure things in a fair way.
And now we're nonpartisan seats. Remember this.
Yes.
This is triggered. Republicans are going to be in charge. Democrats are upset. Remember, we're nonpartisan seats. Supposedly nonpartisan seats. Exactly. I mean, why are you laughing? We just voted for nonpartisan seats enthusiastically, and now it's a partisan discussion. So just acknowledging it, that's where we're at. I'm here to serve everybody and happy to do it.
Anything else? Okay, calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes no. Thanks, everyone, for joining us.
All right. Thank you very much.
So we have a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Uh,
5 minutes.
Commissioner Dare has asked for a 5-minute break. We'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, thank you. All right, we are reconvening here, and we're going to shuffle items a little bit. Because we promised our colleagues from EDCO that they would get to speak by 10:30. I am going to bump items number 9 and number 10 to the end of the agenda. We will go to item number 11, and then we will go to EDCO item 14. So the order of items that we're going to cover next are item 11, item 14, then 12, 13, 9, and 10. All right. Could somebody close that door? Thank you, Nancy. Okay. Item number 11, Planning Commission reappointment, recruitments, and selection process. Who is our county staff who is joining us for this item?
It was going to
Probably
be
Peter.
Peter Gutowski, but certainly I can.
He's probably
Community
walking
Development Department.
right across the street right now.
He very well could
Let's do
be,
a different number.
but we can. I mean, we can also.
Do 14. If we promised him
Yeah, 'cause
10:30.
Peter's probably watching online.
No, no, we promised EDCO that we would get to them at 10:30, and that's, I'm going to try and move it up a little bit, but we scheduled all this stuff in a particular order. So,
I mean,
yeah.
I can certainly cover the.
Yeah. Well, why don't you go ahead and start?
As a former community development director and having been through this process a few times, commissioners, we have 2 planning commissioners with their terms that expire at the end of this fiscal year on June 30th of 2026. One member is eligible for a second term, and that is Commissioner Matt Cyrus from the Sisters Country. Sisters in the Sisters area as outlined in the Deschutes County Code. And the second commissioner is Jessica Kirish. Her term expires and she is also termed out. So certainly we will initiate a recruitment for the Redmond-Terrebonne area seat on the Planning Commission. The question for the commissioners is whether to and it's certainly at your discretion to reappoint Commissioner Cyrus to a second term or to open and initiate a recruitment for the Sisters Area Planning Commission seat.
Okay, thank you.
So note real quick. So I want to special thanks to Jessica Kiris for serving that whole time on our planning commission. Remember talking to her. She's been the chair of the planning commission in the past. She lives north part of the county, but very much like I do. Her and I were talking about living on a few acres, having some animals, and a little bit of quasi farm duties, I guess is what you'd say. But it's just such an honor to have her there serving. So it's been great to have Jessica, and it's great to see her whenever we can have these joint meetings. And special thanks to Jessica Kiris.
Yeah, thanks very much to Commissioner Kiris for her service all of these years, serving as our chair, being a very balanced, thoughtful person who was really passionate about the job of a planning commissioner, which is to be our community censor, to hear the community and try to translate what they're asking for, into broad planning and policy decisions. Anything else?
No, I do hope. I don't know what her favorite cake is, but I know we've had special ceremonies when she, on the last meeting, when she will be serving. We need to do something special to acknowledge her 8 years of service. So I will find out what cake she loves the most.
Here we go. Special duties.
Yes. What cake?
Okay. So we know that Planning Commissioner Kiris is terming out. And we need to fill that position. We will do a recruitment for that position. The question right now is what we want to do about the Sisters Area Planning Commissioner seat.
So with, Matt Cyrus is the current chair. He was just reelected the chair. He is halfway through a at-year maximum, so finishing up 4 years. Really, once again, just honored to have him there. Obviously, the land use goes in many different levels deep these days, and we are in the cutting edge and the appeals process for many things up and down the line here in the state of Oregon. It was mentioned earlier that, maybe somebody from inside the city of Sisters could be representing. I do think of this as the land use of rural Deschutes County. I have supported Nathan Hovkamp in the past, and he was a active member in some different things and a resident in the city of Bend proper. And so, we've done that in the past, but I'm more clear that I definitely support people that are, living in the rural, outside of an urban growth boundary, looking at the big picture. So, as I say, I'd be supportive of reappointing Matt for this second 4-year term.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think we need to appoint someone from inside the city of Sisters, but you need look no further than our last recruitment for that seat. We had a number of good candidates who all lived outside the UGB, and there have been substantial concerns raised about Matt Cyrus in his role as a planning commissioner. We can discuss those more in depth if you'd like, but I think it is most appropriate to open up this seat for an application process, and Matt Cyrus could be considered alongside other qualified candidates for that position and may very well be reappointed. But, at least we have given other people an opportunity to throw their hat in the ring. If Matt chooses to reapply, then we would have a point of comparison.
I have Peter. Do you know the vote, Matt? Because Matt was just elected chair there are 7 people that serve on the commission. I just was curious what the vote was for that position.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. The vote was unanimous. We didn't have all the commissioners in attendance. I believe, as I recall, there was a six-person vote.
Okay.
So I remember it being unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
That's great, but a
No.
Sisters area planning commissioner is supposed to be representing the people of Sisters area, and none of the other people
No, I'm just
sitting on the planning commission are, wear that hat.
No, but if they thought enough of Matt to elect him as their chair, they must appreciate his leadership. And Commissioner DeBonne, if you made the motion, I'll second it.
I'll make
That was the
motions
motion.
today.
Well, it sounded like you'd made one.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll move that Matt Cyrus be appointed to a second term, completing the opportunity for 8 years of service on the Deschutes County Planning Commission, representing the Sisters Country seat.
And I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
It's great to have this continuity, as I say, having somebody that's comes up to speed. As I say, land use in Oregon is kind of a mind bender sometimes about opportunities outside of a city. Urban growth expansion is always the preferred method, but there are opportunities for people to do something in the rural. We've got groundwater protection is a big issue. This rezone path, that is to say, the path was kind of started by the state of Oregon. We're in a really tricky spot in the whole state now here for some big topics. So, I'm very supportive, and knowing that he was selected chair and that the culture of that board is they're communicating, listening, voting their conscience. I've talked to a couple of them recently, and I'm real pleased with how it's all going.
Further comments, Commissioner Adair?
No, I do think it's important to point out that it was an unanimous election of him to the chair. And I really appreciate all the work the Planning Commission does. We have, I believe, 250,000 EFU acres in Deschutes County. And sometimes when we change 60 acres or 200 acres, people get incredibly concerned. But the fact that those 250,000, and then I believe that's private acreage, and then there's actually public acreage that is also EFU, which makes the total, I think, under 500,000. So Deschutes County has a lot of EFU land, and a lot of it grows rocks.
Well, those may end up being the reasons why you would support Matt Cyrus being reappointed, but I didn't hear any reasons why we shouldn't open this up and let other Sisters Country residents be considered as well. And I would say that we have heard concerns from a number of people that they don't believe that Matt Cyrus is representative of the interests of people in Sisters Country, and that he doesn't listen, which is, again, the number one job of a planning commissioner. Instead, as we saw with the Mule Deer Winter Range overlay discussion, which was misrepresented today during public comment, instead of listening to citizen inputs, on that particular issue, Matt Cyrus was out in the community trying to manufacture public opinion, playing an advocacy role, and spreading, in my opinion, false information to the people he's supposed to be serving as a planning commissioner. This incident was so problematic that we had to institute a new policy for advisory board and advisory committee positions at the county around people's emails. That now there are several committees within the county that are required to use a county email because there was a whole bunch of communication that was potentially being done under the guise of being a planning commissioner that was inappropriate. So I think that's a real concern. We also saw Matt Cyrus's efforts to twist and ignore public input during the comp plan process. He minimized people's concerns about protecting farmland, open space, habitat, and water resources, and pushed an agenda of, absolute freedom to fill the rural landscape with luxury rural residential sprawl. So, those are some of my personal concerns about Matt's performance during his time serving as a planning commissioner. I would also, Nunzi Gould asked us whether we received her public input when she was making comment. And, when I read that input, I noted the concern that she raised that there are not supposed to be more than 2 people representing real estate interests on our planning commission. Let me finish, Peter, and then you can respond. And then she classified the people who serve on the planning commission currently, and there were arguments that among them they represented real estate developers and real estate sales interests, 3 of them. So I think that that's a pretty valid concern. She also raised concerns about being a good member of your jurisdiction. Whether it be an irrigation district or it be a county or something else, and raised the concerns about back taxes owed, back fees owed for water deliveries, and how some of this is in court at this point. And I believe that people who are trying to make important governance decisions for our community and are helping to set policy, need to model being good citizens, paying their taxes, paying their fees. And that is a concern to me that those issues exist with this specific planning commissioner. So those are just some of the concerns I wanted to share. Peter, feel free to
Yeah, thank you.
share what you were wanting to interrupt with there.
Mr. Chang, and thank you for bringing those remarks to the public. I wanted to let the Board of County Commissioners know that last legislative session, House Bill 3136, which became effective January 1st of this year, eliminated for planning commissions that have members that are above 5, that ceiling pertaining to those that might be engaged principally in the buying, selling, or developing of real estate for profit as individuals or as members of any partnership or officers or employees of any corporation. So I think I don't want to get ahead of the Board of County Commissioners' consideration for Commissioner Cyrus, but it makes sense for the Community Development Department to do this is essentially a housekeeping amendment to recognize how the composition of planning commissions are required to be structured for those that have more than 5 members, to the extent that there's concerns or interpretations about how those commissioners who may be attributable to being involved in the selling, developing, or buying of real estate. So again, this is a law that came into effect January 1st. And so with it, to the extent that we have potentially more than 2 members that could fall under that classification, it's no longer a limitation.
So we were in violation of this principle prior, but you're saying that now we don't have to be.
I'm not sure that it's dispositive that Commissioner, I'm not an attorney on, and nor am I in a position to articulate how Commissioner Cyrus, whether or not he falls under that particular provision. We know that the Cyrus family, our own Aspen Lakes has been built out for over 5 years. I instead would say just an abundance of caution, and just to the extent that there's any ambiguity, it makes a lot of sense to update our procedural code. Deschutes County Code has a specific section in Chapter 2 that describes the eligible members and limitations as articulated, but as of January 1st, that limitation has been eliminated for commissions that are more than 5 members. And Stephanie and I have been coordinating in anticipation that this circumstance would be raised this morning. So I'll defer to you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Stephanie Marshall, Senior Assistant Legal Counsel. Yes, everything that Peter just shared with you, we did discuss yesterday. I don't know that it's definitive that we can say these 3 members are in fact or were in fact engaged in whatever that overall definition of real estate, given that Aspen Lakes has been developed out. There's some questions around that. We don't, but
There's been a whole lot of motion to change the use of Aspen Lakes and to allow additional development in the last few years. So saying that it has built out does not mean that there is no interest in further developing it. Okay.
So again, the law that Mr. Gutowski was just referring to applies to commissions that are 5 or less. Ours is 7. So this was all, of course, brought up yesterday. Mr. Gutowski and I had a conversation about this, in order to be prepared to answer some questions. But The question as to whether or not the Planning Commission has been in violation or was in violation or is in violation has not been thoroughly addressed. And I don't know that I could say with any certainty that that is the case.
Peter, I also wanted to, so that's looking backwards. Looking forward, Peter, I wanted to ask, so HB 3136, lifts the ceiling. Are we required to now change our code to align with that? Or is it still our discretion to maintain, a maximum of 2?
I would, Commissioner Chang, I would defer to legal counsel.
Right. Again, this came up fairly recently, very recently, yesterday. I would want a chance to analyze that and bring that back to the board with a more definitive answer. I'm aware of the bill, and I'm aware that it was effective January 1st. To the extent that it affects Commissioner Cyrus being reappointed, we can, I can work and provide a more definitive answer. Again, the ceiling, a lot comes into it. You've got the law that says there's this ceiling that's been removed, and then you have what qualifies. I don't even know what sources there are out there to look to at this very early stage in determining whether these 3 commissioners that were brought up yesterday are all engaged in that same industry. There are varying, types of actions that each of them allegedly have been engaged with. So it's a factual as well as a legal inquiry. So I think a lot more needs to be determined before we can bring a definitive answer.
And I might just piggyback, knowing that there's some additional legal analysis. I think from the community development director's perspective, I think the ceiling has been lifted. I think pragmatically, from a policy standpoint, the question gets reflected back to the Board of County Commissioners. Whether or not the board feels it's, to the extent that there's ambiguity or appearances and it can't be determined definitively, then the question is reflected back to the board. And the board in the past has participated on when we've had openings. Each commissioner has participated in a separate panel matched with a chair, vice chair, and myself. The question becomes, is the board interested in having, whether it's definitive or not, or by appearances, whether or not they want to have more than 2, in this case, potentially 3. And that's a decision, again, without the legalese, whether or not that's something the board would like to establish. So I think that's just important to put on the record, especially as we will certainly go forward with Commissioner Curis's vacancy as a representative of the Redmond Terrebonne broader community.
Thank you. So with all of these questions surrounding that particular planning commission position, I would strongly discourage us from proceeding with a reappointment without an open application process at this time. If we wanted to just time out on this while we do a little bit of research on the law and our options, we could do that. If we wanted to proceed with an open application so that we would be assured that we would end up with some eligible applicants at the process, we could do that. But I don't think it's prudent to proceed with a reappointment at this time. There has been a motion made and a second, and well, we can call for the vote in a minute, but any further discussion?
So diversity of opinion on the planning commission, and I've been through this before. It's very important. It's okay to have wildly different worldviews, history, why you're at the table. As I say, we're talking about a specific planning commissioner. There's a multi-generation history there. It's part of the mix. I mean, I don't see anything that conflicts here at all, other than the opinions about rural development and state land use, which is the topic of the day. So, I mean, I celebrate this this diversity and leadership opportunity. The culture of that board seems to be going very well.
The concerns I raised were not about position. They were on issues. It was about the role of a planning commissioner. A planning commissioner is supposed to listen. A planning commissioner is not supposed to be advocating for a specific position on certain issues. And a planning commissioner is supposed to be representing the people from the geography, the part of the county that they are appointed to represent. Anything else?
Call for the vote.
Calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Chair votes no.
Great.
Stephanie, you will come back to us with that information then?
Yes, I would. I will prepare a memorandum, circulate that, and we can maybe get it on the agenda, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Okay. So Don, Patricia, come on up. I'm sorry. Thought we could squeeze that in before 10:30, but it is the promised time, 10:30 right now.
We're an hour off. It's 11.
It's 11:30.
Sorry.
It's 10:30 somewhere.
Yeah.
Objection.
Time work.
Sit there.
There we go.
All right, I'll give a quick introduction here and then turn it over to our friends here at EDCO. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager for the county. So we're before you here today. Just as a quick reminder or some background, the Deschutes County Economic Development Loan Program was initiated to encourage and assist companies seeking to relocate to and or create new jobs here in Deschutes County. Typically, loans are conditioned upon the business creating a specified number of new jobs within 12 months, then maintaining new jobs for a consecutive 12-month period. If the terms are not met, that the loan may be converted to a grant that does not require repayment. So we've had other loans in the past or other businesses in the past take advantage of this opportunity. And I'm going to turn it over to Don and Patricia to talk about two new opportunities within the county.
Good morning, Commissioner Chang, Adair, DeBonne, and Administrator Nick Lulek. I'm Don Mill. I'm the Bend Area Director for EDCO, and with me today, here we are together, Patricia Lucas. She's the Executive Director for the Lapine Sun River Economic Development. She's got a longer title than most. So we're going to talk here.
Identify myself as well. I'm Bill Kuhn, and I represent the Deschutes County Economic Development Loan Fund. I'm on the committee.
Sorry, Bill.
Thank you.
Bill reminded me today that he's been on the commission, the due diligence committee for, we think 14 years since its founding.
It's founding.
We appreciate that. It's been quite some time since I've been here to request one. It's the first time that Sun River has requested a forgivable loan from the program, which is neat. It's kind of nice. It shows some very strong activity in Patricia's area. Since it's been a while since we've asked for a loan, I thought I'd quickly go through the program just really, really briefly. The loan program is set up to support job growth and recruitment of companies to Deschutes County by providing jobs is the primary objective. Those jobs are given, those companies are given 2 years to create those jobs, and they are required to maintain those jobs for at least a year, at which time the loan is forgiven. We've had several companies, I should say I've had several companies in Bend, as the Bend director, in the last year who have gone in reverse on that program because they did not meet the requirements. All of them, the loans were full paid with interest, so it really didn't hurt the county, and it actually left some funds in the program to go to new companies.
So there's about $106,000 in the fund today. The county is not planning to replenish it. So today's, if approved, will use a substantial part of that. The formal request for Bend, and Patricia will handle specifically her company. We're seeking approval for a forgivable loan for $16,000, which is $2,000 of jobs for 8 new jobs in Bend. The average wage of those 8 jobs is just under about $83,000, well above the $67,000 requirement as the average wage in the county. So that is a very strong program. Our request for the Bend company, and I'll mention in a minute, is it only includes 8 of the 12 jobs that are being created, because the other 4 jobs come from family members of the company. And the due diligence committee recommended that we should exclude those, which we did. And so, and the company is quite pleased with that outcome. Okay, anyway. The goal of the use of these proceeds will be to help the company in its recruitment of those employees, which they're already well on the way, to help cover the relocation costs of some of those companies for this company, which moved from Wilsonville, and to help do the training. The company we're talking about here is ASI Business Group. ASI Business Group is a company that specializes in providing information packages, or printing, if you will, for healthcare and escrow companies. For the healthcare companies, it basically gives patients who are being discharged from a hospital or an outpatient facility a more positive experience of what the next steps are. For the escrow industry, it basically provides a branded product for those escrow. It's kind of an interesting, tight, narrow target for that business. ASI, another interesting feature about ASI's product is that it actually helps increase the reimbursement for hospitals. Hospitals' reimbursement from state and federal agencies is partially determined by surveys of patient outcomes. And when a patient leaves the facility or is discharged and they have a positive experience, they give more positive reviews in the subsequent survey. And those surveys are used to calculate reimbursement. So it actually provides an upside for the companies in terms of their customers. ASI Business Group built an 18,000 square foot new facility in the Empire area of Bend. And as I said, mentioned a moment ago, they're from Wilsonville, and they completed that building in March. And they are here today.
March of 25?
Correct.
Okay.
Last spring, almost. After my review and interview of the company and the review the financial performance, what the strategies were, and so on, and then also, which was followed in December of last year, the due diligence committee's review, the due diligence committee determined that they were in support of the granting of this loan. So that comes to the formal recommendation, which is a forgivable loan for $16,000 for 8 new jobs at an average compensation of $84,375. And for those to all the buildup of those employees and the retainment of those employees all the way through December of 28. There are some reporting requirements, which the company has to report their employment on a quarterly basis, and I basically audit those every quarter and to make sure they maintain those standards. So with that, I'll close and see if you have any questions.
Any questions?
Thanks for the due diligence committee. When you hear about the healthcare industry and optimizing the experience and reimbursement rates, it's a very dynamic time there right now. So as I say, at this point, I'm just going to trust that you kind of went down some of those paths for their efforts. And it sounds like they have a long history of providing this job and, these services. So I'm excited to be able to help them out. Come and welcome to Deschutes County. But it's just one of those observations that, the world's a changing place right now. So hopefully they're not going to be affected too bad.
Bill, do you have any comments or input?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to save my comments until the end of both presentations, but I'll go ahead and comment now. This is one of the few programs that Deschutes County still has available to help support economic growth in the area, directly supporting companies that have opportunities for growth in terms of creating living wage jobs and retaining those jobs for a certain period of time. Over the course of my involvement with this program, we've had very, very few companies that have actually had to repay the loan because they didn't meet the requirements of the economic development and the job growth. That's a major requirement of that. I think one of the added benefits that the committee brings to the table is an in-depth review and analysis of the financial information, which is not kept public, so we retain the privacy that those companies deserve and require. But also, we have an opportunity to advise and counsel as well. And I think one of the added benefits that we bring to the table is that we're actively involved in helping to guide these companies in their growth, and also providing some contacts in the area that have proved beneficial to allow them to successfully meet the requirements of this program. So again, it's in my mind, it's an added benefit that we provide through the committee to these companies that are focused on growing their businesses in the area.
I'm sorry. So Patricia, did you have comments as some detailed comments about what's
On the next.
We want to approve them one at a
ASI.
time.
okay? Okay.
One at a time.
Okay.
If I could just add, the committee did vote unanimously in support of this application, so I think that's important to note.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I would thank the committee for doing its due diligence. I would thank these two exciting companies for thinking about growing their business here in Deschutes County. So we want to do a vote on that one first, and then move on to Western Metrology.
That'd be my suggestion, but
Okay.
I don't care.
So, correct?
Yes, I would do two separate.
Okay. I move we do the request of $16,000 for ASI Business Group in Bend. And thank you so much for applying.
And I will second it.
Okay, and this is essentially a forgivable loan. It's been moved and seconded. And if there's no further discussion, we can call for the vote. Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Okay. On
Thank
to
you.
Western Metrology. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and Commissioners and County Administrator. It's my honor to present this project. I've been working on it for a long time through the SLED program with the SLED Advisory Board. Just a bit of background. The company bought county-owned property, so we were able to negotiate that sale with them. They bought 2.95 acres in the industrial park just south of Midstate Electric Cooperative. We helped them through the development process. With a tax incentive, they were eligible for an enterprise zone, so that's the first one that we've done in South Deschutes County in quite a long time. I would also like to thank the committee for their due diligence. I think that the discussion was really helpful for the owner of the company at the meeting, and they were grateful for that. For those of you who don't know who Western Metrology is, they machine titanium parts for the aerospace industry. They're a very fast-growing company that we're really glad located in our area. The job creation will be 12 jobs, 6 of which will be transfers from their business that they're moving to Lapine from Wilsonville. And they'll be creating 6 additional jobs. The calculation for the forgivable loan is that they would be eligible for $22,373.41. So we are very precise on the application. They understand the requirements of the job creation and that they must also maintain those jobs for at least a year. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm looking forward to seeing a coordinate measuring machine process, because I've heard about it now because I'm on the SLED board as a consultant with the other community members. But yeah, I've been by that building, saw it go from a foundation to a frame to it's getting pretty much completed now. And it's exciting to have them come to town.
Thank you, Patricia, for your patience and your, consistency and, holding hands and getting this done. Does our state need more jobs currently with the business climate where employers are leaving? Thank you for actually bringing them, keeping them in the state and bringing them over from Wilsonville.
Yeah.
It's really appreciated.
It's really exciting to see 21st or maybe even 22nd century manufacturing, locating in Lapine and joining the community there and adding to our jobs and economic development. Is there a motion?
Well, and yeah, special thanks to the review committee. I mean, you know, having to be able to, somebody that wants to come to town, kind of open up the books to look at the big picture, and that's that third party review, but also a little bit of just, have you thought of this, or consulting concepts. So that's really exciting that we're able to do that. With that, I'll move approval of a forgivable loan of $22,373.41 for Western Metrology Sales LLC.
And I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? If not, calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you so much. And I would just like to say, so it was noted how much is left in the account and how, you know, what a significant portion of that these loans will consume. That we still have a decent cushion in there for the moment to accommodate future needs for at least the next little while. And you know, if we reach a point where that balance is running very low, we can, you know, at that point in time, consider adding funds to the account. This fiscal year is maybe not the best to do that, but you know, keep finding these projects, and we'll make sure that there's money available to support good projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So item number 12, approval to apply for and accept a CUNY Foundation grant.
9.
No, we're going to do those at the end. County staff that's stuck with us is doing those items. So, and Tanner, what item are you here for? Oh, sorry, executive session. Got it. Okay. You're stuck waiting to the end no matter what.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us. Paul.
Good morning, commissioners. I think this is going to be pretty brief. I don't have a lot to say. Most of it's pretty well outlined in the staff report. For the record, I'm Paul Partridge. I'm the program manager with the County Intellectual Developmental Disabilities Program. The thing that I really wanted to highlight, I think, is that this is a little unusual. I wanted to acknowledge that the intellectual.
You pull it a little closer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You go ahead and pull the mic a little closer.
A little unusual that the IDD program is seeking, alternate funding other than our primary funding source is Oregon Department of Human Services, and then some county general fund to fill some gaps. But this budget year, as you all know, is creating some new challenges, and really, I think it's the responsible thing to do to pursue alternate funding. And this is just one of very few, actually the only opportunity we found so far. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that point. And I'll just listen for any questions.
Great. Well, so a grant for $75,000 supporting the position and some overhead. I understand what's going on here. So that's exciting. I mean, it's a great program. Obviously, we're kind of at the mercy of the state for the funding levels that come through each biennium, but we've been able to expand and provide some great services. So I'll be supportive.
When will you find out the answer?
Well, this would be giving us permission to pursue.
Okay.
So I'll be working with health staff to build a proposal this week, if approved.
Is it a competitive grant then?
It's very competitive.
Very competitive. Okay. Well, good luck then.
Well, Paul, I really appreciate the efforts to diversify the funding sources. As we know, being dependent upon a single state revenue dependent source is risky, and so very much appreciate the effort to diversify funding sources. I'm supportive of this proposal. I'm curious, a couple things about pursuing a grant. So you mentioned it's very competitive. Does this fund source allow letters of support? And if so, which of our community partners who are engaged in IDD are you talking to about providing those letters of support?
I haven't explored whether that's going to be a requirement or not. We do have some obvious community partners, ones for which I have authored letters of support for, grant opportunities, and I would probably be reaching my hand back out to them. Central Oregon Disability, CODSN is one agency that we partner pretty closely with that I'm sure would be, I don't want to go too much on record of who I think would be willing to support, but they would be an obvious candidate.
Great. Yeah. No, since you're branching out into the world of private philanthropic grant writing, letters of support really mean a lot. So rallying all your partners in the community to your cause is a very valuable thing. Sometimes you never know when somebody who's writing you a letter of support is a known entity to one of the grant reviewers, and their letter is going to mean a lot to that person. So, yeah. And any other thoughts or questions?
I move authorizing applying for, can we accept it at this time too? And accepting, if awarded, a CUNY Foundation Imagination Grant to advance opportunities and inclusion for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I'll just say thank you always for your work to support and provide service to our IDD members of our community.
Always.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair, Commissioner DeBonne.
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you. Okay. Going from item 12 to 13, and then we'll circle back for 9 and 10.
Jen Patterson again. I'm just here to help facilitate the conversation for the Highway 97 improvement, safety improvement letter originated from Chair Chang. We also have Chris Doty online who can talk to any questions you may have about that as well. But you should all have copies of the letter, and I'll just turn it over to you, Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, mostly what I would say about this is this letter was first written, the first main skeleton draft was written by Commissioner Minty from Klamath County. And then I've been able to add a little bit to it. I asked Chris to review it. He gave us some valuable input. And I think at this point, the letter represents the perspectives of, at least 3 county commissioners across the 3 counties about what we need to make Highway 97 safer. Once we, figure out who's supporting and signing on to this letter, then it becomes a tool for us to talk to state legislators, talk to federal legislators. I mentioned that I think both myself and Commissioner Adair, if I'm tracking correctly, are going to the NACO Legislative Conference towards the end of February, and this is something that we can use to talk to legislators and other people who are going to be involved in development of the next surface transportation bill by Congress, which is due. Basically, the surface transportation bill at the federal level that we're operating under is going to expire very soon. So I'm primarily here today to ask for Board of Commissioners sign on to this letter so that we can go to legislators and say, this has the unanimous support or majority support from our 3 united county commissions.
I'm enthusiastically supportive of this. It sounds like it's kind of a mature document at this point. It's, I would just request, how are we going to kind of package it? Would it have logos and signatures or whatever? My other thought is maybe that last section would go first, request for legislative action, as in, just kind of the action up first. But I like the content. I love the idea. Obviously, we see a lot of truck traffic. In fact, it's interesting. When we had the icing conditions this year already, one time it was a full-on ice rink between Bend and southern Deschutes County one night. There was a lot of trucks on the road that night, and they just kept rolling. And I don't think there was any bad problems there, but it was just amazing. It's just a reminder of how many, cargo trucks are going up and down 97.
It's huge. And yesterday when I reviewed it, I did actually go back to the other commissioners from Klamath and Jefferson, and I said, okay, what is the dollar amount? And I did call our road director, Chris, and I said, what is it we're asking for? Because of course the highway is a nightmare. It's been a nightmare for a long time. Not much attention is put on it, but honestly, what is it we need? Do we need $1 trillion? Do we need $1 billion? Would 500 million actually do something? I feel like we need numbers here. And if somebody can get us some numbers, we're going to DC shortly. But I know Congressman Benz, a lot of the road is in his district, and I'm sure he would appreciate an actual dollar ask that we feel would at least address some of the safety issues pointed out numerous times in the analysis of the situation. Just trying to get 600 freight trucks off the road a couple years ago with an expansion to Burlington Northern in North Klamath County at Gilchrist from the mill. I was unsuccessful at that, but getting those 600 getting that material on the trains and not, on our roads, especially in the winter when they're so dangerous. We have so many, crossover slides, et cetera. So I just would like some numbers in order to really impactfully do something.
Yeah. And hearing you say that, it's reminding me that for Commissioner Minty and Commissioner Taylor and I asked ODOT to put together a little bit of information about this segment of Highway 97, and I'll make sure to circulate that, or I'll get that to Jen and she can circulate it to all 3 commissioners. They put some stuff into a PowerPoint. I don't think that included it. There were suggestions about potential projects. I don't think it included numbers, but that would be, once we have buy-in to this concept, I think that is a appropriate next step. And I would also, I would love to ask Chris to share some thoughts about essentially everything we described in this letter is many hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm guessing. And so I would love to hear some of Chris's thoughts about how we take that apple and present or ask for bites of the apple, in a prioritized kind of regionally equitable way, or equitable across counties. How we would, present the whole picture, but also, triage or prioritize some, early requests. If you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I mean, it's a substantial scope, really from California to Washington. We're talking about this corridor. And really what's being identified in this letter is a lot of what, ODOT's been doing kind of in between Bend and Redmond with median work, a little bit south of Bend to Sun River, with some multi-lane extension, passing zones and what have you. Something like this usually starts with funding that then scopes projects, scopes a study, scopes, provides analysis dollars to figure out and really drill down where these things are needed most. I think they're needed everywhere, but there's going to be some areas where, you can identify and scope, projects that have one end and another. And so, it starts with an idea like this. And then I think it's a matter of looking for what programs potentially might exist out there today. That right federal grant program. We'll be coming to the board here in a few weeks to talk about a build grant application for our, Southern Interchange. This could potentially be something that ODOT could facilitate through their process and plug into that. Or just, the next ask that comes along in terms of the federal bill that will be, expiring here in September and working into extension. So I think, what is distilled here is what we've all been hearing for lots of years. And, you can't do it all at once. It's going to have to be bite by bite, and it's going to take some analysis and some time. But probably looking for study dollars and scoping dollars as kind of a first phase within the corridor.
Okay. That's a helpful perspective. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Further questions?
So Chris, you're saying that we know it's an enormous problem. We know that we have fatalities up the wazoo, and yet you're saying we've got to study it more to, isn't there something on 97 that really jumps out and, so that we can give them something actually that could be, hey, this is something we need to get done in the next 2 years. We've had, 12 fatalities in this stretch of whatever the last 10 years. I would think we could easily pick what is the worst spot of 97? I've said forever that my nephew drove all over the United States pulling a horse trailer, and he said Highway 97 was the worst.
Yeah. And like I said, ODOT has been, doing some of this work. Right now, they're developing, that project 97 in the O'Neill Junction that addresses that area where there have been several fatalities on 97 south of Terrebonne. That's a piece of low-hanging fruit. But where's the next dollar, going to be invested? And I think it's worth, looking at the data, where the crash data is at, and then scoping projects that can be developed at various budget amounts. These federal programs, if that's a likely output here, sometimes they have limits. The build program has a $25 million cap on it. Other safety programs may be a lot less than that. So I think it's a matter of scoping projects that fit the various categories for federal grant programs. Maybe can be bundled up and prioritized in a way that can be planted in the next, state transportation funding package. Hopefully that is discussed in earnest. Here probably in the next legislative session. I don't see how that. That's not a part of that discussion as well.
Yeah. And I would also add, I think what Chris is describing, like needing to scope like major capital construction projects or, kind of interchange rebuilds, it is a really good idea to scope those first. And I'll circle back to that in just a minute. But I'll also say that through this process, the three commissioners talking with some people from ODOT, looking at the data, we turned up a few things that might be, might just rise right to the top. One of the chunks of Highway 97 that Commissioner Minty was most concerned about, we talked to ODOT and they said, you could add, like passing lanes, but also, one of the big problems in that, in terms of the engineering of it, the curves, the shoulders, other things like that, it was a pretty decent, it was pretty decently engineered already. But one of the things that could really help would actually just be more OSP. on, on that section of Highway 97. So that is, when we make some rounds next week and talk to some legislators, that is one of the things that, Commissioner Minty and I are ready to ask for right away. So there's those kinds of, there may be some things that we can ask for right away, but for the big capital construction projects, it really is a good idea to have rigorous scoping and, preliminary design concepts, because if you don't, then things get put into bills for the wrong amount of money. The OTC, we're grappling with that right now. There was, $50 million put into House Bill 2017 for the Center Street Bridge in Salem. And the real cost, that they threw $50 million in there kind of back of the envelope. And the real cost is more like, because the liquefaction of the soil there during an earthquake and because of all other things, the real cost of the full deal at Center Street Bridge is more like $400 million. So, and if you don't have these scoping studies first, then you can't put a good number in, forward for legislation, or you have to have some amount of information to be competitive for a federal grant. So I'm tracking this idea of asking for some scoping on a few priority projects, and as a kind of first bites of the apple. And I think that's a smart approach.
I was actually testifying for more state police in 2019. We don't even have the numbers we had in, I believe it is 1980. And what has our population done since 1980? So, yes, it would be lovely if we could have more state police, more Deschutes County people on Highway 97.
So we've got a unfinished ODOT project, which is that overpass down in Lapine. One of the things I've kind of concluded that if there isn't, the financial appetite to re-engineer the whole foundation so it doesn't sink, that maybe that sweep, because if you look at a map, it's designed for that sweep to that overpass, is an at-grade T-squared, very wide open and safe intersection. So we don't go over it, but for probably just a couple $1 million, you could, well, tens of millions, whatever, some number. You could finish the sweep, not do the overpass, make it a wide open, safe, straight intersection, and then the town could finish designing what they started. Because it really, that ODOT project kind of took 2 steps back for the city of Lapine, because Burgess Road and then the future development of the county land at the corner of Burgess going towards Huntington there is all going to change when those sweeps get put in, because then we could put, the on and off ramp to the commercial area. So I'm just pointing out that there's a project in that Highway 97 corridor that could be discussed.
And this letter, kind of looking at Highway 97 big picture and saying we have needs and we'd like to prioritize them, I think sets the table for discussion of those kinds of things.
Well, I'm supportive. As I say, there's no reason to be against getting coordinated and making an ask of the state and the feds.
Chris, along the lines of that, kind of asking to scope a couple of really high priority projects. I don't, and I'm looking at Jed on this as well. I don't know whether the short session has a Christmas tree bill too, or whether it's just a long session of the legislature. But I'm wondering whether, if there was such a thing, whether there's some way we could shoehorn a couple of these scoping studies into that, so that we can be better prepared sooner for a real transportation, a comprehensive transportation package, at the state level next year or after, or for the federal surface transportation bill.
So if Chris doesn't know the answer off the top of his head, I don't, but we have our first legislative update meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So I can contact Doug immediately after this and we can brief out on that Christmas tree bill, if that is an option for the short session. I just don't know.
Right.
I don't know if anyone else Nick or Chris know that.
I mean, I'd also flag that that our congressional delegation is soliciting congressionally directed spending requests, CDS requests right now for like a couple of weeks, and so that's kind of another opportunity for us to try to find a bite of an apple, of the apple. If there's something that rises to the top for us. But
Yeah, my understanding of their very specific projects, I wasn't aware that they were open right now, but I know, as you said, the window is short. So if that is an avenue that the commissioners do want to pursue, I can connect with Chris, but we'd have to do that pretty quickly to see if there's a very specific ask with a very specific fund for those CDCs.
CESs, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep that on the radar.
Okay.
And
We can continue this kind of direct funding request conversation. We can start this conversation during our legislative update meeting tomorrow to see what opportunities are on the table. And I'll try to connect with Chris before tomorrow morning too, to see for that CDC as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, but okay. So returning to the letter that we need to use as a communication tool and to represent that our counties are united behind safety improvements on 97. I heard a suggestion that we add logos and have places to sign. There was a question about kind of putting the requests right up front. Do we want to recommend, suggest, request any of those changes before we say what we might vote for or not?
If I may make a suggestion just for the layout, I would probably suggest putting all three logos on top. You could do it either alphabetical order or north to south or south to north of the counties, and then have three, and then whatever order that is, have three separate signature lines. So the standard signature line that the commissioners have for Deschutes County, but have those for all three. I just think aesthetically having logos at top would be nice. It's a little plain right now. And then just looking really quickly after Commissioner DeBone made that suggestion, it does seem like it could be a really nice fit after those first three intro paragraphs to pop in that last section of the request for legislative action. And then the very next section would be why we must act now. So it kind of does flow that way as well. But so I could potentially, if all three of those were things that the commissioners want to continue forward, I could put that draft out. And then before we start getting signatures, we could send those drafts to the other two counties to make sure that the layout and the small change of the formatting works for everyone before we start committing signatures to the page.
So you're formatting this letter for everybody?
Well, I could add what I would probably do is add our logo, and I could add all of their signatures. I don't have their logos. I could get them.
But I'm just saying you're staffing the.
I'm happy to staff the aesthetic layout of the letter. Yeah.
That's fine.
That sounds okay.
Yeah, if she's available to do it, yeah, let's get her done.
Do you have preference on the logo order, north to south? Alphabetical order?
What would be super cool would be to line them up on the edge, north to south, with a road winding between them.
To then excuse myself from laying with our partners in our comm team to do that. I can add a logo to the top very easily, but yeah, that would look very nice. I agree. I can reach.
But maybe, I mean, there's an easy way to just put them down, make a letterhead that has the logos on the side instead of the top.
Oh,
it's a great idea. Yeah.
For Jefferson, Deschutes, Klamath.
See, he's always my go-to graphics person, so I don't know. But we'll work with it.
Mind his own business.
I noticed that 1980 is pointed out here. In 1980, we had 665 troopers in the state. In 23, we now have 480. So that really shows in black and white what we have done. Our population is doubled, tripled since 1980, and yet the number of troopers we have, and clearly the state is, they're not funding them either because they changed the way they funded them.
Well, yeah, I mean it's without
really a tragedy.
Without pushing one direction or another, this piece does raise this question of whether this is the right way to finance, to fund OSP, if we need OSP to be better staffed. So.
Well, in OSP, I was just recently involved with looking at the big picture. So the Department of Revenue put out a spreadsheet for the marijuana tax, and it's distributions. OSP is bordered in there by some amount, 10 or 15% or whatever, the big pool. But the big pool is going down now. The total retail cost of marijuana, even though the volume's staying some number, the value is going down because it's a sales tax. So that means that money they had last year and the year before is slightly going down at OSP.
That strand of OSP.
Yeah. So there's other money too.
Okay. But do we have support for the revisions to this document that Jen suggested? Can we move forward with that?
I move
Would someone like to
board signature of letter urging Highway 97 safety investments for state and federal advocacy?
Yes.
Second? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Commissioner Dare, are you hesitant or what are you?
No, I wanted some numbers here. This is like, we've been talking about this forever. Been talking about the state police since 2019, testifying that.
Would you want the content to change slightly?
Well, I just say, we're like, okay, we've got to study some more. And I'm like, isn't there something here that really pops out that's going to need, $200,000 or $200 million that we could say, we've got a major problem here and you can see we have a major problem. It's you always hold your breath when you're driving this highway.
Well-
But I really think asking for, some kind of numbers.
Well, the
Because
way-
nothing's going to happen. We're just sending a letter with a big, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, this is, I mean, you could call it a letter and we will send it to people, but I mean, this is what we're doing here is building a leave behind document when we go and visit legislators. Again, I'm sorry.
With numbers on it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean,
And a pound of coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I didn't share that PowerPoint earlier, but I will get it to Jen and she can get it to you all. And it really does identify specific spots and specific potential fixes. And you could take a look at that. And I'm guessing that, Chris could give you some orders of magnitude, ideas about how
Oh,
much,
Chris, I hope you're listening.
how much things are going to cost.
So as I say, I see this as a tri-county coordination, couple hundred miles of this, highway down the middle of the state. And we could hang off a one pager for any specific project, so this is just a tool to get started.
Good point. Yeah, I agree. Just getting started. Okay. Anything else on this item? With that, Kim, thank you for waiting patiently for items 9 and 10. Let's go ahead and get those done. And I'm looking for preferences from the rest of the board. Should we do these? Go ahead and do the executive session and then break for lunch, or do you want a lunch break in between?
Go ahead and finish.
Okay. Here to the end.
Item number 9, this is a petition for an annexation relating to one parcel at 9202 Northwest Oak Avenue to be added to the Redmond Fire and Rescue District. This has been approved by the district and has also been reviewed by all necessary county staff, and it meets all of their requirements. Additionally, the DOR has done a preliminary review and approval. So at this time, staff is requesting that we open the public hearing. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, we are recommending approval of the annexation petition for this parcel.
All right, so let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment on this issue? Anyone online with their hand raised? Okay, so we can close the public hearing now and deliberate on this item.
I move approval of order number 2026-007, approving the annexation of properties. I'm making sure I'm looking
If I
at the
could
right one.
clarify, it should be 006.
006 is the
Yeah,
first.
maybe I flipped. Yeah,
Said
sorry.
7, didn't me?
Yep, so
I was just thinking, I sure hope I have the right one.
Rewind.
Okay, yeah. 2006 annexation of the property at Northwest Oak Avenue in Redmond to the Redmond Fire and Rescue District.
A second.
been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair? Chair votes yes.
Just acknowledging that was basically just one parcel that I think the neighbors are already in.
Okay. So item number 10.
And this also is another petition for annexation. This is relating to multiple parcels, again, to be annexed into the Redmond Fire and Rescue District. This also has been approved by the district and also has been reviewed by all of the necessary county staff. And also DOR has preliminarily reviewed and approved this annexation. And so with that, we would ask that the public hearing be opened and that the conclusion, we would ask for the moving of the approval of order 2026-007.
Okay. So opening the public hearing on item number 10. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment on this? Eric, anyone online? We can close the public hearing and move to deliberations. Any thoughts, comments, or questions or motions?
Is this residential? I guess I didn't understand what this is. So it looks like it's 3 structures, multiple lots. Is it multifamily?
5 parcels. There is a common area parcel as well.
And is it residential or, because it's called Commercial Village at Eagle Crest?
I believe it's
Just for my knowledge, yeah. And because,
It's the commercial village at Eagle Crest.
but it's, multiple residential property owners signing this petition too, so. As I say, I guess, but I'm supportive. Putting this property under fire is going to be good, so I just don't know
Okay.
the rest of the story, that's all.
I move approval of order number 2026-007, approving the annexation of certain properties on Falcon Crest Drive into Redmond Fire and Rescue District.
And I will second it.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote. Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you. Okay, now we can move to executive session. Oh, sorry. Other items. Okay.
The golden objectives. Hello again, Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. So last Monday, I came before you to review the draft fiscal year 2027 goals and objectives. There was a discussion amongst the commissioners, and there was one bullet that was changed slightly. That's the last bullet point under healthy people. So hopefully I made the changes in the way that you were looking for and just looking for finalization of this document.
Yeah, I'm real supportive. We did review it kind of in depth and you think, well, what would you change? And it really does kind of fit some of the priorities at the high level: safe communities, healthy people, resilience, housing stability, supply and service delivery, and then the bullets themselves, and changing that last item under healthy people, just kind of basically removing the word COVID and just acknowledging emergency response in a more generic fashion.
Looks fine. Thank you, Jen.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jen. Now we can move to, are there any other items?
Just legislative stuff coming around. I'll be in Salem on Monday and Tuesday. We may all be, but I'll be running the Association of Oregon Counties Public Safety and Veterans Committee, co-chair with Commissioner King out of Yamhill County. And also, there's a subgroup that has met with the governor a few times, Commissioner Crawford out of Crook County, and a few of us. So we'll be meeting with the governor at lunchtime too. So if there's any, if you want me to share any information with the governor, let me know. I think she's not over in the Capitol yet. She's maybe still over in the library building, but we'll see.
Commissioner Dare, any other items?
I do believe our new fair director will be starting next Monday, and therefore I will be at AOC for a while on Monday, but then I believe I should come back for the first association meeting, which I am the liaison for that group. So welcoming him in, Jeff. Thank goodness it's another Jeff, though spelled with a J instead of a G. But yes, I think people are really excited to have him step into that role. It's been since September that we haven't had anyone.
I mean, in terms of things to ask the governor about, I think it's great for us to just keep putting administrative burden on the table. This is going to be a legislative session where people are working hard not to cut behavioral health. And if we can't hold the line on current behavioral health funding levels, if we can't, protect people from massive cuts to Medicaid and massive reductions in eligibility coming soon, the least we could do is improve the efficiency of the provision of behavioral health services by, not requiring unnecessary, redundant, administrative work.
Yeah, Commissioner Dare, if you want to share the original letter you sent and then the response, I can bring it right to the governor.
That would be great, I think.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And then, I mean,
It's great for Amy Baker to know, and it's great to say it directly to the governor, right?
Well, Amy Baker, yes, has been reminded. And
as I said, it'll be just because it'll go
Yeah.
around the table. It'll go quick. But
it's really sad that it's gone on every year. They bring it up, the administrative burden, it just keeps getting worse and worse. So yeah, sure. I'll send you that. I'll forward you that letter.
you'll be there. So, if we can get, I don't know if there's gonna be a formatted
And do you
letter
have-
before
do
next
you have
week.
a copy of this letter? Because it wasn't legislative.
He's hearing about it.
It wasn't legislative, but
But the 97 corridor concept too is my point. I could bring that.
that'd be great too.
Doesn't matter if it's formatted or not at that time. I can just bring up the concept because the other commissioners probably, but as I say, I'll have commissioner from Jefferson and Klamath with me too. So I'll mention it.
Sounds good. Any other items? All right, seeing none. Now we can go to executive session.
The Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660 subsections 2D and E, which allows the board to meet in order to discuss labor negotiations and real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted and no final decisions will be made. And at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back into the room.
Okay, we are back from executive session to our regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. Staff, please proceed as discussed with those executive session items. And with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.